Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. You are standing in the dark. Not the soft dark of a bedroom with curtains drawn, but the complete and total dark of a world with no electricity, no streetlights, no warm glow from a neighboring window. The air is cold enough to hurt. There is straw beneath you and rope beneath that, and somewhere outside a rooster has decided the day has already begun. You have no choice but to agree with the rooster. It is 1780, and your country may not exist next year. Not in any dramatic sense, not in the way a building collapses or a battle ends. More in the way a thing slowly loses its shape when no one can agree what shape it was supposed to be. 13 separate entities, each calling itself a state, are currently attempting to share a continent and a loose idea of nationhood while agreeing on almost nothing else. The Treaty of Paris, which will eventually make all of this official and permanent, is still 3 years away. Which means that this morning, technically, you are waking up in a country at war, though the fighting has mostly moved south, and a considerable number of people are quietly hoping the British will simply get bored and leave. No one is taking bets on that outcome. Not yet. The fireplace in your room went out sometime around 3 in the morning, if you were lucky enough to have a fireplace in your room at all. Your breath makes small clouds in the air, which would be almost beautiful if you weren't so cold. You are wearing most of your clothing to bed, because that is simply what people do when winter does not care about comfort, and the concept of light sleepwear is still roughly a century away from being practical. You are wrapped in everything you own. You are still cold. There is something quietly human about that, isn't there? That across all of recorded history, in the middle of extraordinary political upheaval, in the early days of an unprecedented experiment in self-governance, someone was just lying there, cold, waiting for morning. The rope bed beneath you needs to be tightened regularly, or by morning it sags into the shape of a hammock and takes your back with it. The phrase sleep tight comes from exactly this, from the practical necessity of keeping those ropes taut so the mattress stays flat. The mattress itself is stuffed with straw, or corn husks, or feathers if your family is comfortable enough to afford feathers. You are grateful, this morning, that nothing with 4 legs has joined you in the night. It is a legitimate concern. The house is wood, with gaps, and the local mouse population has made certain assessments about where the food is kept. Getting dressed takes longer than you might expect. There are no zippers, no elastic, no fabric with any give in it. Everything is tied or buttoned or hooked or layered. Women work through stays and shifts and petticoats and gowns, a process requiring patience and at least 15 or 20 minutes even when done quickly. Men have it somewhat easier, but not by much. Breeches, waistcoats, stockings that must be tied at the knee because elastic will not be invented for decades. By the time you are fully dressed, you have already done a small amount of work, and you have not yet had anything to eat. You might not have coffee. Coffee is imported, which makes it expensive, which makes it a luxury that depends entirely on what your household can afford. What you are more likely drinking this morning is something made from roasted grains or chicory root, a hot, dark liquid that performs the ritual of coffee without quite achieving it. Everyone at the table is politely pretending otherwise. The alternative is admitting you are drinking hot grain water, which no one wants to say out loud. The kitchen, if your household is typical, is not inside the main house. It is a separate building. This is not inconvenience for its own sake. It is practical wisdom born from the understanding that cooking fires go wrong, and when they do, it is better to lose the kitchen than the house. You walk across cold ground in the early light to get there. Other members of your family are already moving. Your father has been up for an hour. He has been checking livestock, or reading a newspaper, or speaking with a neighbor who arrived before dawn, because in 1780 social visits observe no particular boundary of reasonable hour. The newspaper on the table, if there is one, is at minimum 2 weeks old. If you live somewhere rural, it may be a month old. News travels at the speed of horse, which is to say it travels, but not quickly. And by the time events in Congress reach your breakfast table, they have already passed into a kind of mild history. The newspaper has probably been read by several other families before it arrived here. It carries the fingerprints and coffee stains of everyone who got to it first. This is the closest thing this era has to a news feed, and it updates once a month if you are fortunate. The conversation at breakfast begins before you have properly sat down. Someone mentions Congress, the Continental Congress. There is no other functioning central government to speak of, not yet. The Articles of Confederation are not even fully ratified. We are in 1780, and Maryland is still holding out, still refusing to sign on, because of disputes over Western land claims. This might seem stubborn and small until you consider that Western land is, at this particular moment, among the only genuinely valuable things anyone has left after several years of funding a war they could not really afford. Maryland's position makes a certain grim sense, even if nobody at the breakfast table is inclined to say so charitably. Your uncle launches into what is clearly a well-worn subject. Congress is useless. He is not wrong. The Continental Congress has no power to collect taxes. It has no power to regulate trade between states. What it has is the ability to write letters to state governments politely requesting money and soldiers, and the states have largely responded to these letters the way people respond to requests they have no intention of fulfilling. The system operates on the principle of voluntary contribution, which in practice means almost no contribution at all. It is, by any reasonable assessment, an extraordinary way to attempt to run a country. Someone raises the currency. It always comes up. Continental dollars, the paper money printed to fund the war, have collapsed in value so completely that the phrase "not worth a continental" has already entered common speech. The government printed money against nothing. Inflation accelerated past any reasonable measure, and now the continental dollar is worth less than the paper it is printed on. Possibly literally. You can buy continental dollars cheaper than you can buy actual paper. People are conducting business through barter, or in foreign coins, or in state-issued currency that might be slightly less catastrophically worthless, though that confidence is not guaranteed from one week to the next. The economy is running on trust and improvisation. When you need to buy flour, and the miller cannot be certain what your money will be worth by the time he spends it, that is not a comfortable situation for anyone. Your mother has been preparing breakfast while this conversation moves around her. She mentions something she heard from a neighbor whose cousin lives in Philadelphia. There is talk, apparently, of reforming the government, making it stronger, giving it actual authority to act. Half the table responds to this with immediate suspicion. A stronger government sounds uncomfortably like the thing they just spent years fighting. The entire justification of the revolution, or at least the story people tell themselves about it, was the rejection of overreaching governmental power. And now someone in Philadelphia is suggesting they build a new one. There are people, though they are careful about where they say it, who have gone further than this. There are people quietly suggesting a king, not loudly. The anti-monarchy rhetoric of recent years has made that a conversation held in lowered voices, but the thought is there. Breakfast is probably porridge, bread, preserved meat if things are going reasonably well, whatever was left from yesterday that could be warmed. There is no fresh fruit unless you happen to be eating in harvest season, because there is no refrigeration, and preservation means salt, smoke, drying, or pickling. The diet of 1780 is monotonous in a way that is difficult to fully appreciate from a modern distance. The same foods repeating through the weeks, variety determined entirely by season and by how well the harvest went. Everything is salted heavily because that is what keeps it from rotting. Vegetables are scarce in winter because they are difficult to preserve. Scurvy, the vitamin deficiency disease associated with long sea voyages, is not an exclusively nautical concern. People worry about it in winter. This is the world before the understanding of vitamins, before the knowledge of what the body specifically needs. People know that certain things make you unwell in winter. They do not always know precisely why. But food is almost secondary. At a 1780 breakfast table, politics is what everyone is actually consuming. Your older brother raises state sovereignty. Each state currently functions as something close to its own country, its own government, its own laws, its own currency, its own trade policies, and a deep and genuine reluctance to surrender any of that to a distant Congress that cannot even supply the Continental Army with adequate shoes. Virginia does not want Massachusetts telling it what to do. Massachusetts returns this sentiment exactly. New York is suspicious of everyone in a general and comprehensive way. Rhode Island is actively hostile to the idea of federal authority and will remain so for some time. The question of how much power a central government should have is not a philosophical abstraction at this breakfast table. It is a live disagreement among people who fought over precisely this question and still do not agree on the answer. The army comes up, and the conversation shifts into something heavier. The soldiers have not been paid. Not recently, not in any meaningful way. Congress made promises during the war, pay, land grants, pensions for veterans, and has delivered on approximately none of them. The war is technically still ongoing in the South, but the soldiers who have come home are discovering that the gratitude of a new nation does not purchase food or replace the years they gave. Officers are quietly furious. Enlisted men are simply trying to find their way back to ordinary life. Some veterans have appeared at state capitals to demand the back pay they are owed, and states have largely responded with something between indifference and bureaucratic delay. It is not a pretty picture. These are men who fought in the cold, who went without shoes, who survived Valley Forge. And they are being told, in effect, to wait a little longer. Your father notes that at least you are not living in the Carolinas right now. The Carolinas are a different matter entirely. British forces are still occupying parts of the South. Local militias are running guerrilla campaigns through terrain that knows no clean lines. And what is developing there goes beyond the simple frame of Americans against the British. Neighbors who supported the Crown, loyalists, are being driven from their homes, having property seized, sometimes being attacked by people they once knew well. Patriots living in loyalist-heavy areas are receiving the same treatment from the other direction. The tidy narrative of a unified American people throwing off British oppression becomes considerably more complicated when you look closely enough to see Americans fighting Americans with a ferocity that makes the formal battles look almost restrained. France surfaces in the conversation, as it invariably does. France has been essential to the war effort. French loans funded the Continental Army through its most desperate stretches. French ships blockaded British forces. French soldiers fought alongside American ones. The nation owes France a staggering amount of money, and Congress, which cannot collect taxes, has no mechanism to pay it back. There is a joke that circulates without ever being particularly funny. That America fought a war of independence from one European power and promptly became financially dependent on another. No one laughs much. The irony is noted and then set aside because there is genuinely no good alternative. Defaulting on the French debt would destroy whatever international credibility this new nation is trying to build. Your sister has been mostly quiet. Women's political opinions are not formally solicited at the 1780 breakfast table, which does not prevent women from holding them, or occasionally voicing them in the spaces between what the men are saying. She mentions something she overheard at church. A family 3 towns over who lost their farm when troops passed through. The farm was burned, livestock taken, crops destroyed. Whether the soldiers believed the family was helping the Continental Army, or helping the British, or were simply hungry and far from anyone who might hold them accountable. These distinctions matter less when you are watching the smoke rise. It prompts the question that nobody entirely wants to ask in public, but that surfaces at private breakfast tables with some regularity. Was it worth it? The honest answer in 1780 is genuinely unclear. You are free from British rule, in theory. You are also broke, politically unstable, economically chaotic, uncertain whether the government you have created can function. Some of the loyalists who left for Canada or England are beginning to look less like traitors and more like people who made a clear-eyed calculation about where stability was more likely to be found. Saying this too loudly will cause social trouble. But the thought exists, and has existed, at breakfast tables throughout the former colonies. Local politics arrives next, and somehow manages to be more contentious than the national conversation, because it involves people you actually know and roads you actually use. There is a dispute about a new road that requires organized work parties, which requires deciding who contributes what labor, which requires relitigating every existing opinion about who in the community carries their weight. There is a property boundary dispute between two neighbors that has been ongoing for 3 years and shows no signs of resolution, because surveying is expensive and imprecise, and both parties are entirely convinced they are correct. There is a tax collector coming through next week to collect state taxes, and on this point the table is briefly and unusually unified in its displeasure, though willingness to actually pay varies considerably. Your mother mentions the meeting house. The minister is pushing for a new one because the current building is falling apart, which means fundraising, which means another argument about money in a community where the money is largely theoretical. The church is not simply a place of worship in 1780. It is the community center, the town hall, the announcement board, the social gathering point. A new meeting house is a significant undertaking, and in an economy running substantially on barter and the vague hope that continental dollars will someday recover value, raising funds is going to require patience and a great deal of negotiation. Someone mentions a traveling preacher who came through last month speaking about revival, personal salvation, and the spiritual dimensions of the Republican experiment. What is beginning to stir here, quietly and without a name yet, is the early warmth of what will later be called the Second Great Awakening. It will not fully arrive for another couple of decades, but you can feel something in the air. A dissatisfaction with formal religion, a hunger for something more immediate and personal, a sense that if the political order is being remade, then perhaps the spiritual order should be as well. Some find this thrilling. Some find it destabilizing. Both reactions are reasonable. The conversation does not end so much as run out of time. There is work to do. The dishes need washing. Animals need feeding. Whatever crop or trade or craft the family depends on is waiting. Politics is a morning occupation in 1780. By midday, survival becomes the primary concern, and philosophical debates about federalism must wait. What the breakfast table reveals, if you step back from it and look, is that nobody in 1780 actually knows what they are doing. The Founding Fathers, who will eventually be carved into marble and surrounded with a mythology of wisdom and foresight, are at this precise moment just a group of men attempting to construct a functioning government out of arguments, improvisation, and the faint hope that future generations will not look too closely at the process. Some of them want a strong central authority. Others want something barely more coordinated than 13 independent republics. Some believe the revolution was fundamentally about liberty and equality as universal principles. Others believe it was about liberty and equality for white men who owned property, and that everyone else can wait, or perhaps will wait indefinitely. Your father might trust that Congress will eventually find its footing. Your uncle is certain it will not. Your brother thinks the states are the answer. Your mother, quietly and to herself, is fairly convinced that none of these men know quite what they are talking about, and that the whole enterprise is more improvised than anyone is willing to admit in public. She is probably right. But here is the thing about this breakfast table that deserves a moment of quiet attention. Not everyone in 1780 America is sitting at it. Enslaved people make up a substantial portion of the population in many states. They are not participating in discussions about liberty and self-governance. They are experiencing this moment in American history in ways that are entirely different from the breakfast conversations described here, and their morning almost certainly began earlier and harder, with no voice at all in decisions that directly shaped their lives. The ideals being debated at the table and the reality being lived just outside it are in a contradiction so obvious that some people at the table notice it and feel the discomfort, and others have decided not to notice it at all. Free Black Americans exist in precarious legal circumstances across the various states. Their own breakfast table conversations about politics exist and matter, but they are not the voices that will dominate the Constitutional Convention 7 years from now. Women are present at the table, but their political participation is largely filtered through the men who may or may not represent what they actually think. Native Americans appear in these breakfast conversations only as problems, threats, or obstacles to expansion, not as participants in any discussion about what this country should become. The breakfast table of 1780 is a real and important place, but it is only one slice of the experience of that year. Inflation comes up again before the table is cleared. It always does. When you can remember bread costing one amount a month ago and something different today and cannot be confident about next week, economic anxiety becomes something you carry in your body, not just your mind. People are hoarding foreign coins. People are spending Continental dollars as fast as they receive them, before they lose even more value, which accelerates the devaluation in exactly the way you would predict. Some people are buying up Continental dollars and soldiers' pay certificates for almost nothing, gambling that someday a more functional government will honor them at face value. They will eventually be proven correct. But for the soldiers who sold those certificates for pennies because they needed to eat now, the vindication will arrive too late and benefit someone else. Your brother has heard that some states are considering printing their own currency. This seems like a solution until you consider that 13 separate currencies, each with its own inflation rate and exchange value, shifting against each other and against the Continental dollar, would constitute a financial system of spectacular complexity and unreliability. But this is 1780, and good ideas are genuinely in short supply, and everyone is trying things to see what happens. The conversation is interrupted by a neighbor arriving to borrow a tool. He stays a few minutes. He adds his own opinions to the discussion. He is convinced that Congress is deliberately undermining state sovereignty as part of a hidden plan to install a monarch, and he expresses this with complete confidence. Then he takes the plow or harrow or whatever implement he needed and heads off down the road. This is community in 1780. Interconnected, mutually dependent, full of borrowed tools and borrowed opinions and gossip that travels considerably faster than the newspaper. By the time breakfast is genuinely finished, you have heard perhaps a dozen different theories about the future of the nation. They are mostly contradictory. They are all held with conviction. You have received news from last month about congressional proceedings that may or may not be important. You have been reminded that the economy is not functioning well, that the government is barely functioning at all, and that no one can agree on what to do about either. And then you get up, because the corn does not care about congressional debates. The cows need milking regardless of currency devaluation. The roof that has been leaking needs attention before the next rain, and the property boundary dispute with the neighbor to the north is not going to resolve itself, and the afternoon is already starting to press in at the edges of the morning. This is the particular texture of 1780 America. Enormous questions playing out against the backdrop of very ordinary life. You are living through the founding of something unprecedented, while also trying to get through winter with enough firewood. You are part of a grand and unrepeatable political experiment, while also worrying about whether the harvest next year will be better than this year's. History is happening. It is happening slowly and confusingly, and mixed in with all the small concerns that fill every era regardless of its significance. I think about that sometimes. How the people who were actually present for the founding of the United States were mostly just trying to get through the day. The marble and the mythology came later. In 1780, it mostly felt like confusion being managed, barely, by people who were hoping it would eventually make more sense. You step outside. Your breath clouds in the cold air, same as it did when you first woke. The sun is up now, fully, and the day is underway, and America's political crisis will still be there tomorrow morning at breakfast, patient as porridge, waiting to be argued over again. There is a particular kind of quiet that falls over a landscape after a war. Not peace exactly, just the absence of active fighting. The fields are still scarred, the roads are still broken, and the people moving along those roads carry the war with them in their bodies and in their faces, even though the battles have mostly stopped. You are walking that road now. The air is cool and damp and smells of turned earth and distant wood smoke. Somewhere ahead of you, a figure is moving slowly. Too slowly. You adjust your pace without thinking about it, the way you've learned to do when someone ahead of you isn't walking quite right. That is 1780. That is the texture of it. The men you pass on the roads in this year are often men who shouldn't be walking the way they're walking. Missing arms, missing legs, moving on crutches fashioned from tree branches, crude and uneven, the bark still on them in places. Faces marked by musket balls or saber cuts that came close enough to leave their signatures but not close enough to finish the job. These are the veterans of the Continental Army. Men who fought for independence and are now discovering, with a kind of quiet bitterness, that gratitude doesn't pay rent. That patriotism doesn't fill stomachs. They are everywhere, these walking reminders. The war supposedly ended. It refuses to actually be over. The promises made to these men were simple enough. Serve in the army and you'll be paid. Serve long enough and you'll receive land. Stay through the whole of it and there will be a pension waiting when you're old and done. The promises were not complicated. The reality turned out to be considerably less straightforward. Payment came in Continental dollars, which by 1780 are worth approximately nothing. The land grants became certificates, pieces of paper that might someday be redeemable for actual land in the Western territories, assuming Congress ever gets around to organizing those territories, and assuming the native tribes currently living there don't object. They will object. The pensions are theoretical. They exist primarily in the hopeful imaginations of men who believed government promises, because what else were they supposed to do? There is something very human about that. Believing a promise not because you have good reason to trust it, but because you need it to be true. Further along the road, there is a farm you remember as prosperous. Now it is a study in slow surrender. The house is still standing, technically, but half the roof is gone and no one has repaired it. The fields that used to produce corn are thick with weeds that have moved in and made themselves comfortable, the way weeds do. The barn collapsed at some point. No one had the resources or the energy to rebuild it. This farm exists in dozens of variations throughout the former colonies, particularly in the areas where actual fighting happened. The British Army passed through, or the Continental Army passed through, or local militias had a skirmish. And when armies pass through, they take what they need and destroy what they can't take. Food, livestock, fences pulled apart for firewood, anything metal stripped away for ammunition. It all gets requisitioned. That is the polite word for it. The family that owned this farm is gone. Maybe they died in the fighting. Maybe they fled and never came back. Maybe they were loyalists who got driven out after the war by neighbors who decided that supporting the British was unforgivable. Or maybe they were patriots in a loyalist-heavy area and faced the same treatment in reverse. The war created these empty spaces everywhere. Farms without farmers, houses without families, gaps in communities that used to be whole. A little further on, you encounter a woman managing a farm alone. Her husband died at Saratoga, or perhaps Brandywine, or possibly from disease in a military camp. Disease killed more soldiers than combat did, though that is not the sort of detail that makes it into heroic war stories. She is trying to do what is basically impossible. Farming in this era requires constant, heavy labor, and you cannot easily hire help when nobody has money. Her children work alongside her, children who should be in school, if schools existed in any meaningful way, learning to read instead of learning to plow. The oldest son is perhaps 12 years old and already doing the work of a grown man, because there is no one else to do it. She nods as you pass. There is no conversation. What would you say? Everyone knows her situation. Everyone knows there are dozens like her in every community. The war created an entire generation of widows, some young enough that they might remarry, if they can find someone willing to take on a ready-made family and a failing farm. Others old enough that they are simply trying to survive long enough to see their children grown. The revolutionary rhetoric about sacrifice and duty does not mention this part. The aftermath, where sacrifice looks like a woman in her 30s with hands worn to leather, trying to fix a plow she can barely lift. Further along the road sits a man you recognize, or almost recognize, a veteran you knew before the war. He is missing his right arm below the elbow, the result of a wound that became infected, because field medicine in the 18th century consists mostly of amputation and prayer. He is holding a piece of paper, one of those land certificates, and staring at it with an expression that is somewhere between hope and contempt. It won't transform into something useful. The land office is chaotic. The Western territories are dangerous, and even if he could claim his land, he would need to clear it, build on it, farm it. None of which is straightforward with one arm. The certificate is worth something in theory. In practice, it is worth whatever land speculators are willing to pay for it, which is pennies on the dollar, because speculators understand that desperate men will sell for whatever they can get. He sees you looking and manages a bitter smile. You exchange a few words about the weather, about crop prospects, about anything except the obvious. He doesn't need your pity, and you don't have anything useful to offer except sympathy, which doesn't solve his immediate problem of having no income and no prospects. This conversation is happening all over America right now. These careful, sideways exchanges where people try to maintain normal social life while navigating around something enormous and unspeakable. The war broke people. The peace hasn't fixed them. The physical wounds are at least visible. Your neighbor who came back from the militia seems intact at first glance. All his limbs, no obvious scars, but he doesn't sleep well. You can hear him sometimes at night, shouting at things that aren't there, reliving battles that ended everywhere except inside his head. His wife says carefully that he is not quite the same man who left. He is quicker to anger, slower to laugh, marked by things he won't talk about, because men in 1780 are not supposed to talk about fear or grief or the way watching people die changes you from the inside out. The vocabulary for what we would now call post-traumatic stress does not exist yet, so he is simply considered a bit strange, a bit difficult, a man whose war experience left something on him that no one quite knows how to name. The wounds between neighbors are, in some ways, harder to heal than the wounds in bodies. Families were split by the war. Brothers fought on opposite sides. Neighbors who had lived peaceably together for decades found themselves enemies based on which side they chose. The fighting stopped. The grudges did not. The Loyalist family 3 farms over is still there. They didn't quite cross the line into active British collaboration, so they weren't driven out. But no one speaks to them anymore. They exist in a kind of social quarantine, tolerated but not accepted, a permanent reminder of divided loyalties that haven't reconciled just because the shooting stopped. Some Loyalists did leave, fled to Canada or back to Britain or to the Caribbean. Their property was confiscated by state governments that needed to punish treason and, not incidentally, needed money. These confiscations created a new property market, with patriot families buying or being granted former Loyalist lands, which sounds like justice, until you remember that it is still neighbors taking what used to belong to other neighbors. The loyalist perspective, that they were remaining loyal to the legitimate government while the patriots were rebels, gets very little sympathy in 1780 America. But it was a real viewpoint, held by real people who made different calculations about where safety and stability lay. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. Most of history's losing sides held their positions for reasons that made sense to them. There are families in your community who lost everything. Not just property, but children, parents, entire households. The Hendersons lost 3 sons in different battles, and the parents have aged 20 years in the 5 years the war lasted. The Mitchells lost their farm to a British raid and now live in a small cabin on charity from relatives. The Williams family had their house burned in retaliation for militia activity and are still rebuilding with salvage materials and borrowed labor. These are not dramatic stories of heroic sacrifice. They are quiet tragedies of ordinary people caught in historical events they did not control and could not escape. Every fence built from mismatched wood, every barn patched with whatever was at hand, every field with uncultivated corners because there aren't enough hands to work them. These are the visible remnants of the war. The invisible ones are harder to catalog, but just as real. The community trust that broke. The economic connections that were severed. The plans and dreams that were abandoned when survival became the only goal that mattered. And then there is the frontier, which is an entirely different kind of uncertainty. If you live anywhere west of the coastal settlements, or in areas that used to feel safe but no longer do, you are living on the edge of expansion. 2 worlds colliding, no one quite sure how it will end. The romantic version of this, brave pioneers carving civilization out of wilderness, is not how it feels when you are inside it. It feels dangerous. It feels morally tangled in ways the heroic narratives were never designed to hold. You are settling land that, from your perspective, is open and available. From the perspective of the tribes who have lived here for generations, you are invading their territory and taking their resources. Both of these perspectives are real. They are also fundamentally incompatible, which means violence is not a possibility. It is a structural inevitability. Treaties exist, theoretically. Congress and various state governments have negotiated agreements with different tribes about boundaries, trade, and peaceful coexistence. These treaties are violated constantly by both sides. Settlers cross into territory that is supposed to be native land because there is free land there, and the government is too weak to enforce its own agreements. Tribes raid settlements in retaliation, or to defend territories, or because the treaty terms were unfair to begin with, and they never genuinely agreed to them in any meaningful sense. Each violation leads to counter-violations. Each attack leads to revenge attacks. The spiral does not stop. You wake up every morning not entirely certain that your livestock will still be there by evening. Horses are particularly valuable and therefore particularly targeted. Cattle can disappear overnight. You cannot call for help because nothing exists that would answer that call. No police, no reliable military presence nearby. The militia is you and your neighbors, gathering with muskets and hoping numbers will deter trouble. The sounds of the forest take on a different quality when you live like this. A cracking branch could be a deer. It could be something else. A distant shout could be a neighbor. It could be the beginning of something worse. You develop a kind of permanent low-level vigilance, not panic, just watchfulness, and it is exhausting to carry every waking hour. The native perspective is one that frontier settlers rarely pause to consider, but it is worth understanding. The tribes watching this expansion are watching their world end in real time. Land that sustained their ancestors for centuries is being cleared, fenced, claimed by people who do not acknowledge prior ownership. The game animals they depend on are being hunted towards scarcity by settlers who do not follow traditional hunting practices. Sacred sites are being plowed under by people who do not know and would not care about their significance. Treaties that promised protected territories are being ignored by the same government that signed them. From where the tribes stand, the American Revolution did not liberate anyone. It simply replaced one group of land-hungry colonizers with another. And this group may be worse, because it is not restrained by a distant British government that occasionally tried to limit westward expansion. The new American government makes promises it cannot or will not keep, and the settlers keep coming. The fur trade is one of the few areas of relatively stable interaction between settlers and tribes, and even that is complicated. Traders, usually independent operators willing to live on the dangerous edge of frontier society, exchange manufactured goods for furs that can be sold in Eastern markets or shipped to Europe. These traders often learn native languages, marry into tribes, adopt aspects of native life while maintaining their connections to settler society. They are cultural bridges. They are also profiting from a system that is fundamentally about extracting resources from native lands. Some of these traders conduct fair exchanges and build genuine long-term relationships. Others use alcohol, debt, and deception to obtain furs at exploitative prices. The overall pattern is clear enough. The fur trade drains wealth from native communities while making a small number of traders very rich and keeping European markets supplied with luxury goods that fuel continued interest in American resources. Fort settlements exist throughout the frontier, theoretically providing protection for settlers. In practice, these forts are often undermanned, poorly supplied, and located in places that made sense on a map but turned out to be strategically useless. The soldiers manning them are usually poorly trained and underpaid, assuming they are paid at all. The fort might help in a major attack. For daily security, you are largely on your own. Militia duty is mandatory for men of fighting age in most frontier communities. You are expected to drop everything and respond when there is a threat. False alarms are common. Real threats are sporadic. And your farm does not stop needing work just because there is a militia muster. You spend days away from home on patrols that find nothing, while your crops go untended and your family is left without you. When violence does occur on the frontier, it is brutal and intimate in ways that formal warfare between armies is not. There are no uniforms to distinguish combatants from civilians. Raids target farms, not military installations. Women and children are killed or captured alongside men. Houses are burned with families inside. Settler militias conduct raids on native villages with equal brutality, killing non-combatants and destroying food supplies, and calling it justified retaliation. The violence goes both ways. It always has. Captivity is a constant fear for frontier families. Being taken in a raid means becoming a bargaining chip in negotiations, or being adopted into a tribe to replace members lost to war or disease, or being held for ransom that your family may not be able to pay. Captivity narratives, stories of people who were captured and either escaped or were eventually ransomed, become popular reading material in this period, though they tend to say more about settler fears and prejudices than about actual native cultures. Some captives are treated well, integrated into families, given names and roles in tribal society. Others are treated as slaves or traded among different groups. Some return to settler society. Some, given the option to leave, choose to stay. Some come back so changed by the experience that they do not fit comfortably anywhere anymore. Each story is individual. Collectively, they feed settler narratives about native savagery, while simultaneously revealing that the boundary between cultures is far more porous than official policy wants to admit. Children growing up on the frontier develop a different understanding of the world than their cousins in coastal cities. They learn to shoot young, because hunting and defense both require it. They learn to read tracks, to move quietly through forests, to recognize signs of danger. Some grow hard, coming to see native tribes as nothing but threats to be eliminated. Others develop something more complicated, a recognition of the difficulty of the situation, even while living in the middle of it. Land speculation is driving much of the frontier expansion, and it is generating its own kind of violence. Wealthy investors in Philadelphia or New York are buying up enormous tracts of Western land and planning to sell it at profit to settlers who haven't arrived yet. This creates pressure to clear native title to lands that speculators have already sold on paper. The settlers who actually show up to claim that land often discover that the tribe living there was never consulted about the sale and has no intention of leaving. The resulting conflicts serve the speculators' interests well enough. Military action to pacify the frontier makes the land more valuable. But it is the actual settlers and the actual native people who pay the price in blood. The government's official policy toward native tribes is theoretically based on diplomacy and fair dealing. The reality is chaos. Different states have different policies. Congress has one approach. States have others. Individual settlers ignore all of it and do what they want. Treaties are negotiated by people who lack the authority to enforce them. Land deals are made by officials who do not actually control the land they are selling. The result is a system where no one trusts anyone because no one can deliver on their promises. Some government officials genuinely try to create fair arrangements. They negotiate treaties that, if honored, might establish stable boundaries and peaceful coexistence. But they are operating in a system where enforcement is impossible and where settlers will push west regardless of official policy. They are trying to create order in a situation that is continuously unmade by economic pressure and political weakness. The native response is varied because native tribes are not a single unified body with one strategy. Some try diplomacy, negotiating for the best terms available and hoping agreements will hold. Some try adaptation, incorporating aspects of settler culture while maintaining their own. Some resist militarily. Some play different European-descended powers against each other, attempting to maintain independence through strategic alliances. None of these approaches works perfectly because the fundamental pressure does not change. Settlers keep coming. The American government is too weak to stop its own population. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy, known also as the Iroquois League, has been navigating these pressures for decades, maintaining sovereignty through complex diplomacy with British, French, and now American governments. The revolution split the Confederacy, with different nations choosing different sides based on their own strategic calculations. That split is still causing internal conflict in 1780. Another example of how the war's effects travel outward into communities that had been stable for generations before European colonization began disrupting everything. In the Ohio Valley, tribes are organizing confederacies to resist American expansion. They are receiving some support from the British, who maintain forts in the Great Lakes region and have their own interest in limiting American westward movement. The frontier conflicts are not purely local disputes. They are connected to larger geopolitical struggles between empires. The settlers defending their farms believe they are doing exactly that, defending their farms. They are also, whether they know it or not, participants in a multi-sided conflict involving tribal confederacies, state governments, the Continental Congress, and British imperial interests. Life on the frontier is life inside constant uncertainty. You do not know if your farm will still be standing next week. You do not know if your neighbor's absence means they moved on or met something darker. You do not know if the treaty you heard about will be honored or violated by your own side before the ink has dried. You are building a life in a place where the basic question of who owns the land has not been answered and will not be answered peacefully. This uncertainty shapes everything. You are less likely to build something permanent when it might be burned, less likely to invest in deep community connections when the community might scatter suddenly. Every decision carries the weight of risk. Is it safe to clear that field, or does it put you too far from the house? Should you plant crops that need a full season to mature, or focus on what you can harvest quickly if you need to leave? The settlers who manage on the frontier are not necessarily the toughest or the best fighters. They are the ones who can read the shifting landscape well enough to know when to stand their ground and when to move. Culturally flexible, willing to learn from native practices when it serves survival, willing to maintain enough of settler culture to remain part of their own communities. Some frontier families develop genuine relationships with nearby tribal communities, trading peacefully, sharing information about threats, offering each other mutual aid in certain circumstances. These small pockets of cooperation exist in tension with the larger pattern of conflict. They prove that coexistence is possible. They also make visible, by contrast, how rare it actually is. The mythology that will later grow up around the frontier, the rugged individual, the brave pioneer bringing civilization to wilderness, erases almost everything that was actually happening. It removes native people from their own land. It turns complicated moral situations into simple stories of progress. It ignores the fact that most frontier settlers were just trying to survive in circumstances they barely controlled. But in 1780, that mythology hasn't hardened yet. You are simply living in a dangerous place where yesterday's agreement might be tomorrow's justification for violence, where your government makes promises it cannot keep, and where the tribes make ultimatums they cannot enforce. You are caught between empires and cultures, trying to build a farm and raise children in fundamentally unstable conditions. As the evening approaches, you head back toward home. Another burned cabin along the way, another empty field, another veteran by the roadside with a wooden leg and stories from Valley Forge or Yorktown that no one particularly wants to hear. You pass the edge of the forest where the frontier begins, that undefined boundary between settlement and wilderness, between what is known and what is contested. The sun sets on a landscape still scarred by recent conflict and still tightening toward future ones. Tomorrow you will wake up and do it again, navigating between the remnants of one war and the conditions being laid for the next, building a life in a nation that is only theoretically at peace and only theoretically unified. And then there is the part of 1780 life that makes the breakfast table conversations about liberty and equality particularly uncomfortable, if you actually look around the room, or more accurately, if you notice who is not sitting at the table. Who is serving the meal? Who is working in the fields? Who is in the kitchen out back, the one built separate from the main house so the heat won't burn it down? Because 1780 America is living with a profound contradiction. People are spending their mornings debating natural rights and the consent of the governed while living inside a society built substantially on the forced labor of people who have neither rights nor consent. The numbers, when you actually count them, are staggering. In some southern states, enslaved people make up 40% or more of the total population. In South Carolina, they are actually the majority. Even in northern states that are beginning to pass gradual emancipation laws, slavery is far from finished. New York holds thousands of enslaved people. Pennsylvania holds them. Even Massachusetts, which considers itself progressive, still has enslaved people in 1780, though efforts are underway to change that. This is not only a Southern problem. It is woven into the economic fabric of the entire country, and understanding it requires confronting some deeply uncomfortable truths about the revolution everyone just fought. The plantation economy is where the system shows itself most plainly. Massive operations in Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia are growing tobacco, rice, indigo, and early cotton. These are not family farms where everyone works side by side. They are agricultural enterprises running on human machinery, with profit margins that depend entirely on not paying the people doing the work. The mathematics are brutal and direct. The more people you enslave, the more crops you produce, the more money you make. Except in polite company, you do not call them people. You call them property, livestock, investments, anything that makes it easier to hold the idea of owning human beings alongside the revolutionary rhetoric about how all men are created equal. The work itself is almost impossible to describe adequately. Rice cultivation requires standing in water for hours, in heat that would incapacitate a modern person within minutes, surrounded by snakes and insects and the constant presence of malaria. Tobacco is somewhat less immediately deadly, but requires unceasing attention through every stage. Planting, weeding, topping, cutting, curing, packing. Indigo processing means working with fermenting plants in vats that smell of rot, with chemicals that stain skin blue and likely cause slow poisoning over time. All of this labor runs from sunrise to sunset and beyond, 6 days a week, with Sunday reserved for religious observance that the slaveholders insist upon. Because apparently working people every waking hour is acceptable, but missing church is not. The plantation house, where the slave-holding family lives in relative comfort, exists because of the quarters behind it, where enslaved families live in conditions that make the average frontier cabin look spacious and well-appointed. Structures barely weatherproof, dirt floors, minimal furniture. The weight of iron and the current supply of smithing coal, and frankly on how much each party needs the deal to happen right now, today, with this person. There are general community standards for these exchange rates, informal agreements about what things are roughly worth relative to each other, but they shift constantly based on supply and demand in ways that would be instantly recognizable to any economist who happened to stumble backward through time. Credit systems develop naturally out of this complexity. The local storekeeper becomes a kind of informal banker, maintaining ledgers of who owes what to whom, letting people take goods on account against future harvests or labor. You come in needing salt and candles. You don't have anything to trade right now. The storekeeper writes it down. Come harvest time, you settle up with grain or cider or wool. The entire rural economy runs on these webs of mutual obligation, these quiet ledger entries in somebody's back room. The storekeeper's ledger is, in its way, a record of the whole community's survival. Some people have real money, meaning coins made of silver or gold, and those people have substantial power that has nothing to do with how hard they work or how skilled they are. A merchant who holds Spanish dollars can set prices, can wait out those who need to sell, can accumulate land and goods while neighbors scramble through complex barter arrangements. Wealth concentrates around hard currency, and the people who have it tend to stay connected to Atlantic trade networks, to port cities, to the kind of commerce that involves ships and invoices rather than chickens and nails. A farmer 5 miles from town sees that world as if through glass. Debt is the great constant of 1780 American economic life. Farmers borrow to buy seed, to replace a dead ox, to get through a bad harvest. Artisans borrow to buy tools and materials. The debt is often denominated in terms that shift underneath the borrower, because when the currency itself has no stable value, the terms of repayment become a negotiation that the lender usually wins. Veterans return home to find their land has been taxed while they were fighting, and now they owe money they do not have, to governments that paid them in currency worth almost nothing. The revolution was fought partly over economic grievances, and now the people who fought it are sinking into new ones. You have just walked in from the field. Your boots are caked with mud the color of old iron. The air smells of wood smoke and damp wool and something faintly sweet from the cider press running at the neighboring farm. You have a basket of eggs under one arm and a mental list of what you need: nails, a spool of thread, maybe a bit of salt. You do not have coins. You do not expect to have coins. What you have is the eggs, and the goodwill of people who know you, and the patience to stand in a churchyard or at a crossroads and work out arrangements one at a time. That is the economy. That is all the economy is, right now, for most people. Wages, when they exist, are paid in a mixture of whatever is available. A farm laborer might be paid partly in food, partly in lodging, partly in a small amount of coin if the farmer has any, partly in a promise. The promises are not always kept. There is no legal machinery to enforce a wage agreement between a poor laborer and a prosperous farmer. Not really, not in ways that work for the laborer. The power runs in one direction, and the person who needs the work more cannot easily walk away from a bad arrangement when the alternatives are worse. Women's economic labor is real, constant, and almost entirely invisible in any official accounting of the economy. The cloth a woman spins and weaves does not appear in any ledger. The butter and cheese she makes, the candles she dips, the soap she renders, the vegetables she preserves, all of this is the economic foundation of the household, and none of it is counted as wealth in any formal sense. A household survives because of this labor. It would collapse without it. But when people talk about the economy of 1780 America, they tend to talk about crops and trade and currency, which means they are, in a very real way, describing only half of what is keeping everyone alive. There is something worth sitting within that, quietly. The distinction between what counts and what does not count has consequences that run for a very long time. Apprenticeship is one of the primary ways skilled work gets transmitted in 1780. A boy, typically between 10 and 14, is bound to a master craftsman for a period of years, often 7. He lives in the master's household, does whatever work is required, and in exchange receives training in the trade, food, shelter, and at the end of his term, a set of tools and enough knowledge to set up independently. The arrangement is formalized in a contract, an indenture that specifies the obligations on both sides. The master is supposed to teach the trade, provide adequate food and clothing, and sometimes basic education. The apprentice is supposed to work hard, behave respectably, and not run away. The reality varies considerably. A good master treats his apprentice as something like a junior member of the household, investing genuinely in his training, treating him decently, seeing to his welfare. A bad master extracts as much labor as possible, teaches as little as necessary, and views the boy primarily as cheap help who has limited recourse if mistreated. The indenture contract can be taken to court, but a 14-year-old taking his master to court is not a practical proposition in most circumstances. Girls are sometimes apprenticed to learn domestic trades, spinning, weaving, the business of running a household, though this is less formally structured than male apprenticeship and tends to blur into simply being a household servant with a different name attached to it. Indentured servitude for adults arriving from Europe is declining by 1780, but still present. A person who cannot afford passage from England or Germany or Ireland agrees to have their labor contracted out upon arrival for a set number of years, typically 4 to 7, in exchange for the cost of the voyage. The ship captain sells the indenture contract to whoever will pay for it, and the new arrival works off the debt. At the end of the term, they receive their freedom dues, usually a small amount of money, some clothing, sometimes tools or land, and they are theoretically free to make their own way. The system has always been harsh. It is becoming less common partly because the supply of willing immigrants is changing, and partly because the line between indentured servitude and other forms of unfreedom has become uncomfortable to contemplate directly, given the language the revolution has been using about liberty. The trades that sustain a community in 1780 are specific and essential, and the people who practice them are respected accordingly. The blacksmith is perhaps the most indispensable. Iron is the material that makes everything else possible. Plows, tools, horseshoes, nails, hinges, wagon parts, all of it comes from the smithy, that hot dark space smelling of coal smoke and hot metal where a skilled man shapes iron with hammer and tong and the controlled application of fire. A community without a blacksmith is a community that cannot maintain its tools, which means it cannot work its fields, which means it cannot feed itself. The miller is equally vital. Grain has to become flour to be useful, and milling requires a mill, which requires water or wind, which means the miller's location is as important as his skill. Millers are sometimes suspected of taking more than their agreed share of the grain they process, a suspicion that is occasionally accurate and contributes to a slightly ambivalent relationship between millers and the farming communities they serve. But no one can do without them. The tanner processes hides into leather. The cooper makes barrels, and barrels are how almost everything liquid is stored and transported. The wheelwright builds and repairs wheels, without which wagons do not move and farms cannot function. The cobbler makes and repairs shoes. The carpenter builds and repairs the structures people live and work in. Each of these trades requires years of learning and a specific set of tools, and the person who holds the knowledge holds something genuinely valuable. Women operate within the economy of the household trades with skill and authority that is rarely acknowledged in the broader culture, but is immediately obvious to anyone who looks at how households actually function. The ability to produce cloth from raw fiber is not a small thing. Wool must be cleaned, carded into alignment, spun into thread, plied for strength, and then woven on a loom into fabric. This is months of work before you have enough cloth to make a garment. The woman who can do this efficiently and well is producing something with direct economic value, something the family would otherwise have to purchase, something that might be sold or traded when there is surplus. The same is true of food preservation. Getting a family through winter requires knowing exactly how to salt and smoke meat, how to store root vegetables in conditions that keep them from rotting, how to ferment cabbage and beans, how to dry herbs and fruits, how to judge when cider has become vinegar and when it is still drinkable. These are not simple skills. They are learned over years, passed from mother to daughter, refined through seasons of experiment and failure. Getting them wrong means people go hungry or get sick. There is real knowledge here, real expertise. It simply does not come with a title or a ledger entry. Commerce between towns happens over roads that range from barely acceptable to genuinely dangerous, depending on weather, season, and how recently anyone bothered to do maintenance. Spring is the worst. The frost comes out of the ground and turns packed dirt roads into something closer to cold porridge, and loaded wagons sink to their axles in mud that smells of iron and old leaves. Drovers moving cattle to market have somewhat better luck, because cattle can navigate terrain that breaks wagon wheels, but it is still slow, cold, exhausting work. The tavern is the hub of commercial travel. Every significant road has them at intervals, and they serve as inn, meal stop, news exchange, and informal post office simultaneously. Travelers arrive carrying news from wherever they have been. The tavern keeper collects it and passes it along. Letters and packages accumulate at taverns for people expected through. Deals are made over tables. Arguments are conducted and occasionally resolved. The tavern is where the economy moves between places, where the informal networks of credit and barter have their face-to-face moments. The tavern fire is usually the warmest place for miles, and no one is in a hurry to leave it on a cold night. Long-distance trade exists and matters enormously, even if most ordinary people experience it only at a remove. The coastal merchants operating out of Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Charleston are connecting the American economy to the broader Atlantic world, exporting the raw materials that American land produces in abundance, tobacco and rice and indigo and timber and furs, and importing the manufactured goods that American industry cannot yet produce efficiently. Cloth, ceramics, metal goods, books, tea and coffee and sugar, all of it comes in on ships and works its way inland through networks of wholesalers and storekeepers, until it reaches the family in the back country who can afford a small luxury occasionally. The merchant at the top of this system is doing quite well. The storekeeper in the middle is doing adequately. The farmer at the end of the chain is paying more than the merchant paid, in currency that may be worth less than when the transaction was agreed upon, and receiving goods that may have been handled by a dozen different people before arrival. The economy of 1780 is not elegant. It is improvised, uneven, constantly negotiated, and deeply human in the way that improvised things are. People are solving immediate problems with whatever is at hand. They are extending credit on the basis of personal knowledge and reputation. They are doing complex mental arithmetic about the relative value of eggs and nails and thread and labor, without any of the institutional machinery that later generations will take for granted. And somehow, through all of this, the nation is feeding itself. Goods are moving. Skills are being taught. Communities are holding together. It is not efficient. It would drive a modern economist to despair. But it works in the particular stubborn way that human communities work when they have no choice but to figure something out. That quality, the capacity to manage enormous complexity through personal connection and mutual obligation, is perhaps worth noticing. Not because it was pleasant, much of it was not, but because it tells you something about what people are actually capable of when the systems they depend on are not there yet, and they have to build the ground beneath their feet while walking on it. There is something about the economy of 1780 America that takes a moment to fully settle in. It is not that money is scarce, exactly. It is that money, as a concept, barely holds together. What people are doing instead is something older and stranger, and in some ways more human than anything that came after. Rough community standards exist around value. Everyone kind of agrees that a dozen eggs trades for certain amounts of other goods. But every transaction is negotiated individually, each one its own small drama of comparison. Is butter worth more than cheese? That depends entirely on how much of each is available and who wants what on this particular day. The people living through it become experts, almost without trying, in what might be called comparative value. They carry the market in their heads. Some commodities rise to a kind of informal currency status, simply because everyone agrees they are worth having, even if you don't need them immediately. Tobacco in Virginia serves exactly this function. It is used to pay taxes and salaries in some areas, not as a metaphor for value, but as actual tendered payment. Beaver pelts perform the same role on the frontier. Salt, essential for preserving food through the long months when nothing grows, holds its value everywhere. These are not quite money. They are something between barter and money, a proto-currency, a bridge across a gap that no one has quite figured out how to close. Merchants and shopkeepers manage this daily chaos through elaborate account books, ledgers that track credit and debt across months and years. You come into the general store. You take some cloth, some sugar, some iron tools. The shopkeeper writes down what you took and what you owe. You promise to pay when the harvest comes in or when you sell your next batch of cheese. The debt goes into the book alongside everyone else's debts, a web of obligation that connects, quite literally, the entire community. Imagine holding one of those ledgers. Dozens of names, hundreds of transactions, dates stretching back years. Someone took 3 yards of fabric in 1777 and has not yet paid for it. Another person paid off a debt from 1775 last month, settling it with preserved pork. A third is slowly working down their accumulated charges through periodic deliveries of eggs and butter. The shopkeeper is running a credit system, trusting that people will eventually settle, while knowing, quietly, that some debts will never be fully closed. Your creditworthiness in this world depends not on a score calculated by a distant institution. It depends on your reputation. The shopkeeper knows you. He knows your family. He knows whether your word has historically been worth something. If it has, you can carry significant credit. If it hasn't, you pay on delivery if anyone will trade with you at all. Economic life and social life are not separate here. They are the same thing. Debt itself can stretch across generations. Your father owed the miller for grinding grain back in 1770, and that debt may now sit on your account to settle. Meanwhile, you owe the blacksmith, but the blacksmith owes the carpenter, who owes you for eggs you provided last year. Theoretically, a whole community's debts could cancel each other out. Sometimes communities hold what might be called settling days, informal gatherings where everyone tries to balance mutual obligations, a kind of community-wide accounting where debts are called in, settled where possible, or simply forgiven. Larger transactions, buying land for instance, which is one of the few reliable paths to building real wealth, Require assembling payment from whatever combination of goods, services, labor, and possibly actual coins a person can arrange. A land sale deed might read less like a price tag and more like an inventory of an entire farm's output. So many bushels of wheat, so many cords of firewood, so much labor on the seller's remaining property, and perhaps some livestock included for good measure. Wages, when people work for hire, are no simpler. Day laborers might be paid in meals plus a small amount of cash or goods. A carpenter might accept a combination of food, fabric for his family, and iron tools from the blacksmith. Domestic servants typically receive room, board, and a small amount of goods rather than money. The idea of a straightforward hourly wage paid in stable currency is, in 1780, a future concept. It would probably strike most people of this era as remarkably uncomplicated compared to the arrangements they navigate every day. Taxes add another layer to this. Governments need to collect revenue to function, but what form should that revenue take? Some states collect in their own state-issued currency, which tends to be only slightly less unstable than continental dollars. Other states accept payment in goods, grain, livestock, tobacco, whatever carries actual value. The tax collector arrives, assesses what you owe based on your property, and you negotiate how you will pay. Perhaps some wheat. Perhaps a promise of labor on road maintenance. Perhaps, if you can find them anywhere, a few actual coins. The state government then faces the question of what to do with tax revenue that consists of 17 bushels of wheat, 3 cows, and a promise of road labor from someone in the western county. You cannot pay legislators with livestock. You cannot fund government operations with grain sitting in a warehouse somewhere. The conversion of real goods into governmental function is an ongoing problem that no one has satisfactorily solved. International trade is different and more blunt about it. Foreign merchants are not accepting barter or promises. They want gold, silver, or bills of exchange drawn on reliable banks, none of which America possesses in abundance. American merchants trying to import European goods must find hard currency somewhere, which usually means borrowing from other merchants who borrowed from others, in a chain that eventually traces back to someone holding actual metal. The shortage of hard currency is strangling American commerce and making the new nation economically dependent on foreign credit in ways that sit uncomfortably with the idea of independence. Port cities have developed a slightly more sophisticated commercial culture out of necessity, since they must interact with international shipping. Merchant houses in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston maintain more elaborate accounting systems and can offer bills of exchange, which are essentially written promises to pay that can circulate among merchants who trust the reputation of whoever issued them. It is banking before there are banks. Credit before there is a credit system. Commerce running entirely on personal trust and paper promises. The lack of banks in any modern sense means that saving money is complicated when money does not reliably hold value. The most sensible investment is land, livestock, or durable goods that will retain worth regardless of what happens to currency. Some people invest in education for their children, paying for apprenticeships or schooling in the hope that skills will provide returns later. Others invest in relationships, helping neighbors with the understood expectation that help will return when needed. It is an economy built as much on social capital as on anything financial. Smuggling and informal trade networks are thriving because official trade is expensive, complicated, and taxed. British goods are theoretically boycotted, but actually available through channels that nobody examines too closely. Trade with the Caribbean moves through intermediaries who may or may not be following all applicable regulations. The coastal trade between states operates partly through official channels and partly through arrangements that quietly avoid the customs houses. The government lacks the strength to enforce trade regulations effectively, and so merchants do what they need to do. Price fluctuations are severe because supply and demand operate in local markets without good information or reliable transport. Wheat might be abundant and cheap in Pennsylvania, while New York is desperate for grain and willing to pay considerably more. But moving the wheat from one place to the other requires organizing transport, paying the haulers in something they will accept, and hoping the price difference is still worth the effort and risk by the time it arrives. Information about prices travels slowly. By the time you hear that flour is expensive in the next state, the situation may have changed entirely. Speculation is running through the economy, particularly in land and government debt. People are buying up Continental dollars and soldiers' pay certificates for pennies on the dollar, gambling that someday the government will honor them at face value. If that happens, fortunes will be made. If it does not, whatever was invested is simply gone. The speculators tend to be those with enough wealth to absorb a loss if the gamble fails, and they are essentially betting on whether American government will prove credible. Some of these bets will pay off spectacularly when the Constitution creates a stronger government that assumes state debts and redeems old certificates. In 1780, it is high-stakes gambling wearing the clothing of commerce. You are walking into the general store on a gray October morning. The floor is bare wood, worn smooth. There is a smell of tobacco and iron and something faintly sweet, maybe molasses. The storekeeper looks up from his ledger. You have eggs. He has nails. Neither of you has coins. Rural areas operate almost entirely on barter and informal credit. A farm family might go months or years without handling a metal coin, conducting all their business through trades and promises and mutual obligation. They measure wealth not in currency saved, but in land owned, animals raised, harvest yields. A good year means full grain stores and healthy livestock. A bad year means debt to neighbors and the possibility of having to sell land or animals just to survive. Currency is an abstraction. Survival is measured in concrete terms. The general store in a rural community becomes a central node in the whole economic network. The storekeeper is simultaneously a banker, a creditor, and a commodity broker. He maintains relationships with suppliers in cities, extends credit to local farmers, accepts payment in whatever form people can offer, and somehow finds a way to stay in business despite the currency chaos around him. His account books are the closest thing to financial records the community possesses. His judgment about who is creditworthy can shape a family's economic prospects for years. The credit chains extend outward in every direction. The storekeeper extends credit to farmers, but he himself is in debt to suppliers in the city, who are in debt to importers, who are in debt to European manufacturers. If one link breaks, if a debtor cannot pay, if a supplier fails, if a ship goes down, the effects move through the whole chain. One farmer's crop failure can contribute to a storekeeper's trouble, which affects other farmers' access to goods, which affects their ability to plant the following season. Everything is connected to everything else, and not always in comforting ways. Harvest time becomes the annual moment of economic reckoning. The debts accumulated throughout the year come due when crops are sold or traded. Farmers settle accounts with the storekeeper, the miller, the blacksmith, everyone they have been buying from on credit through the long months. This is when you discover whether you broke even, made something, or went further into debt. A good harvest with favorable prices and you clear your accounts, perhaps with something to spare. A poor harvest or low prices, and you carry the debt into another year, with all the anxiety that implies. The miller occupies a particular position in this economy. Farmers need their grain milled into flour, but mills are expensive to build and operate, so one miller serves a wide area. He charges by taking a portion of the grain brought to him, what is called toll milling. You bring a bushel of wheat, the miller keeps a portion and returns the rest as flour. This means the miller accumulates grain continuously, grain he can sell or trade, which makes him a significant economic player in any rural community. Some millers grow quite wealthy from their toll portions, controlling enough grain to influence local prices. Craft specialists, blacksmiths, coopers, carpenters, weavers, all operate inside the same trade economy. They provide goods and services that most people cannot make themselves, and they are paid in whatever combination of money and goods can be negotiated. A blacksmith might agree to make tools in exchange for grain, fabric, labor on his property, or occasionally actual coins if someone happens to have them. The negotiation is part of every transaction. Reputation governs the terms you can obtain, because your ability to get credit or favorable rates depends entirely on whether people trust that you will follow through. Women's economic contributions in this world are substantial and frequently invisible within the official record. They produce butter, cheese, eggs, preserved foods, spun thread, woven cloth. These are goods essential for household survival and also genuinely valuable in trade. A woman's skill at producing quality tradable goods directly shapes her family's economic situation. The eggs sold, the butter traded, the cloth woven all contribute to the household's ability to acquire what it cannot produce itself. This labor rarely appears in account books and is rarely recognized as formal economic activity, but it is absolutely central to making the barter economy function at all. Children's labor is also woven into the economic equation. They tend the chickens that produce the eggs, help with the cheese making, work in the gardens that produce vegetables for trade. Their contribution is not separate from the family economy. It is integral to it. The question of whether a child attends school or learns to read is often decided by whether the family can afford to lose a working pair of hands. Education is weighed against economic need, and economic need frequently wins. The apprenticeship system is how skilled trades are transmitted across generations, and it carries its own economic logic. A family arranges for their child to apprentice with a craftsman, exchanging labor for training. The child works for years, essentially unpaid except for room, board, and instruction in the trade. The contracts can be strict, binding the apprentice for a fixed term with penalties for leaving before it expires. It is part education, part indentured servitude, and part long-term economic strategy, a bet that skills now will provide income later. Market days and fair towns draw the regional economy together into one place. Farmers bring produce. Craftsmen bring goods. Temporary stalls go up. Prices are called out. Negotiations happen everywhere simultaneously. The social dimension is as important as the commercial one. This is where news travels, where contacts are made, where future deals are arranged. The actual trading is embedded inside a larger gathering that strengthens community ties even as it conducts commerce. The two purposes are not really separable. Taverns serve economic functions that extend well beyond the selling of alcohol. They are meeting places where business is conducted, where traveling merchants find potential customers, where information about prices and opportunities circulates through casual conversation. The tavern keeper hears everything and knows everyone, which makes him a valuable source of commercial intelligence. Men gather over drinks to negotiate terms, shake hands on agreements, and hear who is buying what in the next town. It is networking, 18th century style, conducted over whatever the tavern happens to have on offer. The traveling peddler is an important figure in rural commerce. He carries packs or a wagon full of goods that rural people need but cannot easily obtain. Metal goods, unusual fabrics, spices, books, anything small and valuable enough to justify the transportation. He trades for local goods he can sell elsewhere, moving commodities through areas that would otherwise remain economically isolated. He also carries news and gossip, connecting communities to the wider world through both commerce and conversation. Currency instability is so severe that contracts sometimes specify payment in specific goods rather than money amounts. A debt might be expressed as 10 bushels of good winter wheat rather than a dollar figure, because wheat's value is more predictable than any paper currency. This means that stored grain is not just food security. It is, quite literally, a bank account, held in a barn and deployed when debts come due. The physical infrastructure of an economy, barns and root cellars and warehouses, is also its financial infrastructure. The shortage of small change creates problems for ordinary everyday transactions. Even when people possess coins, they are often large denominations that cannot be easily broken into smaller amounts. Buying something small with a large coin means finding someone able to make change, which requires that person to have smaller coins, which most people do not. Spanish dollars are sometimes physically cut into pieces, the pieces of 8 that give the phrase its origin, to create smaller denominations. It is crude, and it works, and it tells you something about how desperate people are for money that functions in daily life. Legal enforcement of debts exists in theory, but it is expensive, slow, and socially costly. Suing a neighbor for debt might produce a legal judgment, but it also damages a relationship in ways that affect every future transaction between you and almost everyone who knows you both. Most people prefer to negotiate, extend deadlines, accept partial payment, or quietly forgive debts rather than go to court. Community pressure to resolve disputes privately is strong, because everyone understands that maintaining relationships matters more than winning any single case. Debt imprisonment exists as a legal option for creditors, and it is roughly as counterproductive as it sounds. If you cannot pay your debts, you can be imprisoned until you do, which prevents you from working to earn the money to pay them. The logic is that imprisonment motivates your family and friends to pool resources to free you, and sometimes that is exactly what happens. Other times people simply remain in debtor's prison while their families manage without them, and the creditor receives nothing at all. It punishes poverty and gives everyone involved a strong incentive to avoid formal debt proceedings if they possibly can. Economic inequality is growing in 1780 America, though it has not yet reached the extremes it will later achieve. Large landowners, successful merchants, and speculators are accumulating wealth, while small farmers struggle with debt, and veterans sell their land certificates for whatever immediate value they can extract. The revolution was fought partly over economic grievances, but peace is not distributing its economic benefits evenly. Some people are becoming wealthy in the chaos. Others are barely surviving. The gap is widening. The expectation of economic mobility, the belief that hard work leads to prosperity, is already present in American culture in 1780. But the reality is more complicated. Land is the path to wealth, but good land in safe areas is expensive and increasingly held by large landowners. Frontier land is cheaper, but genuinely dangerous. Craft skills can provide a kind of middle-class stability, but rarely produce great wealth. Most people work hard their entire lives and achieve modest security at best, while a smaller number who combine skill, luck, and access to capital do considerably better. Inherited wealth matters more than the rhetoric of opportunity ever quite acknowledges. Starting with land, enslaved labor, capital, and connections is a fundamentally different position than starting with only your own labor. The revolutionary language about equality of opportunity does not match the reality of inherited inequality, and 1780 America is already developing a class structure that its own ideology claims to reject. Some of the founders are uncomfortable with this. None are uncomfortable enough to support policies that would meaningfully redistribute wealth or constrain inheritance. Women's economic situation is particularly constrained. Married women cannot own property in their own names. Coverture absorbs their legal identity into their husbands. Widows possess more economic autonomy, but face consistent discrimination in business dealings. Single women can own property, but live under social pressure to marry and relinquish that capacity. The economic contributions women make through household production are essential to the functioning of the entire system, undervalued in every account book, and uncompensated in any formal sense. The barter economy they actively participate in does not grant them independent economic standing. As evening comes on, and you sit with your mental ledger of the day's transactions, what you traded, and what you owe and what is owed to you, there is something almost vertiginous about the whole thing. This economy is simultaneously sophisticated and primitive. Sophisticated because it runs on complex networks of trust and credit that keep commerce moving despite the currency chaos underneath everything. Primitive because you are, in practical terms, trading eggs for nails in a way that would not be unfamiliar to someone living in ancient Mesopotamia. The revolution won political independence. Economic independence is proving considerably harder to achieve. Tomorrow, the whole negotiation begins again, navigating the space between a currency that does not work and a barter system that barely does, trusting that the web of mutual obligation will hold together for one more day. And now, turning a corner, there is another kind of daily reckoning that 1780 brings, one that has nothing to do with account books. It has to do with the body, and what happens when it fails. You will get sick. In 1780, this is not pessimism. It is meteorology. The question is only what you will contract and whether you will survive it. And your chances on that second point, depending on what finds you, are something close to a coin flip, weighted toward the wrong side. There are medical professionals, or what passes for them. Licensing requirements are minimal, and anyone can essentially declare themselves a physician. Genuinely trained doctors do exist, men who studied at universities in Europe or attended one of the few American medical schools beginning to form. They have read Galen, which would be impressive, except that Galen was wrong about almost everything. They understand humoral theory, which holds that the body contains 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and that health requires keeping these in balance. This theory is entirely incorrect. No one knows that yet, and so treatment protocols are built upon correcting imbalances that do not actually exist. The standard medical toolkit of 1780 would cause a modern physician considerable distress. Bloodletting is the default response to nearly everything. Running a fever. Clearly there is too much blood creating excess heat, and so some must be drained. Feeling weak and exhausted. Bad blood, probably. Just had surgery. Better bleed you now to prevent infection, which is precisely backwards from what would actually help. The doctor opens a vein with his lancet and lets blood flow into a bowl until he decides enough has been removed. How much is enough is determined by experience and intuition, which is to say, largely by guessing. Sometimes the bloodletting is performed with leeches rather than a lancet. The leeches are considered more precise, capable of drawing blood from specific locations. The doctor keeps jars of them in his office. They attach, swell with blood, and eventually fall off. It is natural medicine in the most literal and unsettling sense. The leeches are probably cleaner than the lancet, because the lancet is not being sterilized between patients. Germ theory will not be discovered for another 70 years, and so the instrument used yesterday on someone who did not survive is used today on you, with perhaps a quick rinse between. Mercury is another standard treatment, prescribed for conditions ranging from syphilis to teething problems in infants. The logic is that mercury induces heavy salivation and purges the system, which must indicate it is cleansing whatever is wrong. In reality, mercury is poisoning the patient. It destroys teeth and gums, damages the kidneys, and can cause neurological harm. Patients sometimes do improve after mercury treatment, not because of the mercury but in spite of it, and that is enough to keep it in regular use. A compound called calomel, which is a form of mercury, is prescribed so routinely that patients are being slowly poisoned as a matter of standard medical care. Opiates are widely available and freely prescribed, which sounds almost enviable until you consider the conditions they are being prescribed for and the consequences of their use. Laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, serves as painkiller, sleep aid, cough suppressant, and general remedy for anything causing discomfort. Mothers give it to unsettled infants to make them sleep. Adults take it for toothaches, for anxiety, for general malaise. It does work in the sense that it relieves pain and induces sleep. It is also highly addictive and easy to overdose on because dosing is imprecise. The bottles carry no warning labels and no recommended amounts. You take some until you feel better, which can easily become taking more until you feel nothing at all. Surgery exists and is a last resort, and for entirely understandable reasons. There is no anesthesia except alcohol and opium, which dull pain but do not remove it. Surgical procedures are performed with the patient fully conscious, held in place by strong assistance while the surgeon works. Speed is considered the mark of a skilled surgeon, because every additional second of cutting is another second of pain the patient must endure. The fastest surgeons can amputate a leg in under 3 minutes. This is genuinely impressive. It is also, if you allow yourself to picture it, somewhat difficult to contemplate calmly. Amputation is the common solution to severe injuries or advancing infection, because antibiotics do not exist and advanced surgical techniques are limited. A badly broken limb, a gunshot wound that has shattered bone, gangrene beginning to take hold. The answer is frequently to remove the affected part before the infection spreads further. The surgeon uses a saw not unlike those used for cutting wood, because specialized surgical instruments are expensive and rare. The procedure involves cutting through skin and muscle, sawing through bone, tying off blood vessels, and hoping the patient survives the shock and blood loss. Then hoping, even more urgently, that infection does not establish itself in the wound afterward. Post-surgical infection is so common as to be nearly expected. The surgeon's instruments are not sterilized because no one has yet made the connection between cleanliness and infection. The tools used on a patient who died of gangrene yesterday are used again today, perhaps rinsed, perhaps not. The surgeon's coat carries old bloodstains, worn not as evidence of carelessness, but as a kind of credential, a record of experience. Surgical theaters, where they exist, are not cleaned with any thoroughness. The principles of antiseptic procedure are decades away from being understood. Hospitals exist, and they are places people go to die, not to recover. They are overcrowded, poorly ventilated, and chronically under-resourced. Multiple patients share beds, which is economical and also an efficient way of ensuring that whatever one person has, everyone nearby will soon have as well. Nursing care is minimal, often provided by untrained women who need employment and can manage the conditions. If you have any choice in the matter, you recover at home, where your family can tend to you, and you are not surrounded by strangers who are actively contagious. And into this world of uncertain remedies and overworked healers come diseases in impressive variety. Smallpox stands above them all in the fear it commands. It is highly contagious, frequently fatal, and leaves those who survive it permanently scarred, sometimes blind. Smallpox epidemics move through communities periodically, killing significant portions of the population in their path. Children are particularly vulnerable, and that is where, for tonight, we will let the story rest for a moment, in the quiet space between one hard truth and the next. There is something particular about the way illness lived alongside people in 1780 America. Not as an intrusion, more like a neighbor who never really left. Some families lose multiple children in a single outbreak. The disease does not discriminate. Smallpox moves through rich households and poor ones without much preference, though the wealthy do fare slightly better, not because their doctors are skilled, but because better nursing care and more adequate food give the body a slightly stronger chance to fight back on its own. Inoculation exists as a preventive measure, and the procedure is exactly as alarming as it sounds. A small cut is made in the skin, and material from an active smallpox sore is introduced into it. The theory is that a controlled, mild infection will produce immunity without the full severity of natural smallpox. And the theory, it turns out, is correct. The inoculated person does tend to survive and gain protection. The trouble is that nobody in 1780 understands why it works, because the field of immunology is still a century away. The risks attached to inoculation are real and not small. The inoculated person can die from their deliberately induced infection. They can spread smallpox to others during their recovery period. Their immune system, already occupied, can leave them vulnerable to contracting the natural disease at precisely the wrong moment. The decision parents face is one of those quiet moral agonies that history tends to gloss over. Do you expose your child to deliberate disease, knowing they might die from it, hoping to protect them from an exposure that might never come? Or do you hold back and hope they never encounter smallpox naturally, knowing that if they do, it may kill them or leave them permanently scarred? Some communities find a way to share the weight of that choice. Families come together to inoculate their children at the same time, moving through the recovery period as a group, watching over each other's sick children, sitting with each other through the fear. It is preventive medicine and social bonding through mutual terror, both things at once. Malaria settles into the low, swampy regions of the country like a permanent resident, particularly in the South. Nobody understands yet that mosquitoes carry it. The prevailing theory points to the air rising from marshy ground, and the disease gets its name from exactly that belief. Malaria. Bad air. People living near wetlands grow accustomed to periodic fevers that arrive and retreat throughout their lives, sometimes for years. Quinine, derived from the bark of the cinchona tree, is known to help manage symptoms, and it makes quinine one of the genuinely effective treatments in the medical arsenal of 1780. But quinine is expensive and not always accessible. Many people simply endure the fevers, the chills, the bone-deep weakness, and wait for the episode to pass, and then wait for the next one to arrive. Yellow fever is different. When yellow fever comes to a port city, it does not come quietly. You are standing in the street. The air is thick and close, summer heat pressing down on everything. Around you, houses have gone silent. The shutters are drawn on windows that yesterday were open. Someone ahead is moving very fast, carrying a bundle, not looking back. The smell of smoke hangs over the neighborhood, not wood smoke, something sharper, because someone has decided that burning things might stop whatever is killing people 2 streets over. You do not know whether to stay or go. The disease arrives in waves, killing large portions of the urban population within weeks. Those who can afford to leave do, emptying into the countryside, carrying their belongings and occasionally the disease itself. Those who stay, because they cannot afford to leave, or because they are already too sick to walk, face mortality rates that can exceed 20% of the population. The symptoms are terrible in sequence. Fever first, then vomiting that turns black from internal bleeding, then jaundice that yellows the skin, then kidney failure. Doctors try everything available to them. Bloodletting, purging, mercury, nothing works. Nothing can work because without understanding how the disease is transmitted, every intervention is aimed at the wrong target entirely. Tuberculosis moves more slowly. It is called consumption in 1780, and the name fits. The disease consumes its host gradually, destroying the lungs across months or years, while the person slowly loses the ability to breathe. Literature will eventually romanticize this condition, finding something poetic in the pallor and the wasting. The reality is suffocation by increments. Treatment consists of rest, clean air, and nutritious food. This helps some people and does nothing for others, and nobody is sure which category a given patient belongs to until well into the illness. Consumption is contagious, but the mechanism of transmission is not understood, so families nurse their consumptive relatives in close quarters without knowing that proximity is spreading the disease from person to person. Whole households can be taken by tuberculosis moving along family lines, one by one. Childbirth belongs in its own category. The death rate among mothers is what a modern person, looking back, finds difficult to simply accept as ordinary. But ordinary is exactly what it was. Puerperal fever, sometimes called childbed fever, is an infection that develops after delivery, bringing fever, pain, and death within days. It is transmitted by the people attending the birth itself, doctors and midwives moving from one delivery to the next without washing their hands, carrying infection from one woman to another without knowing that this is what they are doing. A woman having her first child faces roughly a 1 in 10 chance of dying in childbirth or in the days immediately following. Women who survive multiple pregnancies are lucky, constitutionally suited to birth, or some combination of both. Every pregnancy is a negotiation with genuinely fatal odds. Midwives tend to produce better outcomes than doctors, and the reason, in hindsight, is straightforward. Midwives intervene less. They allow labor to progress at its own pace, provide comfort, offer support, and step in only when something goes clearly wrong. Doctors, trained toward active intervention, tend to do more damage. Forceps used too aggressively. Babies pulled before they are ready. Internal examinations performed with unwashed hands that introduce infection directly. The wealthier women who can afford a doctor often fare worse than poor women attended by experienced midwives. Money, in this particular corner of 1780 medicine, purchases access to care that actively reduces your chances of survival. That is a strange and worth sitting with for a moment. Roughly 1 in 4 children dies before reaching their first birthday. Further losses come before age 5. Parents hold this knowledge somewhere in themselves throughout the early years of a child's life. The emotional distance in how infants are sometimes treated is not coldness. It is protection. It is what the mind does when it has learned that attachment has its own particular cost. Names of deceased children are regularly given to later babies born into the same family. This strikes the modern reader as callous, but it reflects something else, the weight given to family lineage, to names that carry meaning through generations, in a world where individual infant lives are so frequently brief. Teeth cause suffering that is continuous and largely untreated. Dental hygiene in 1780 consists of occasional mouth rinsing and a degree of hopefulness. Cavities are not filled. They are either endured until the tooth is too damaged to keep or extracted. The extraction is performed by whoever is available and strong enough to manage it, which might be a doctor, a blacksmith, a barber, or simply someone willing to try. There is no anesthesia. There are people holding you still while someone grips the tooth with pliers and poles. Sometimes the tooth comes out cleanly. Sometimes it breaks and requires repeated attempts. Sometimes infection follows, and a toothache becomes something genuinely dangerous. Broken bones are set by whoever is present with some relevant experience. The concept is simple enough. Realign the bone, immobilize it, wait. The execution is painful, and without any way to image what is happening beneath the skin, the person setting the bone is working by touch and informed guessing. Bones sometimes heal crooked. People carry permanent deformities or reduced function in a limb as the lasting record of an old fracture. Sometimes infection enters at the break site, and the person is back to facing the question of amputation. Venereal diseases are widespread and deeply stigmatized, which means people suffer quietly rather than seeking treatment that would not have helped much anyway. Syphilis is treated with mercury, which may reduce symptoms temporarily while adding mercury poisoning to the existing condition. Gonorrhea treatments involve various injections and washes that produce pain without producing cure. The social shame attached to these diseases drives them underground. People hide their conditions, avoid naming them, and eventually die from untreated late-stage symptoms, while everyone around them maintains a careful pretense of not noticing. Mental illness is barely understood and badly handled. People with severe mental health conditions may be locked in rooms by their own families, or sent to asylums that function essentially as prisons with minimal care, or simply left to move through their communities as local oddities. Treatment for madness draws on the same toolkit applied to physical illness. Bloodletting, purging, induced vomiting, cold water dousing. None of it addresses conditions that do not respond to physical interventions. Some communities treat mentally ill people with relative gentleness, as harmless eccentrics. Others are cruel, locking people away or driving them out entirely. Alcoholism is common, and the reasons are not difficult to trace. Alcohol is prescribed. Feeling unwell, drink rum. Cannot sleep, try whiskey. In pain, alcohol dulls the edges of it. The problem is that alcohol does genuinely make people feel temporarily better, which makes overconsumption a natural progression. Heavy drinking is socially normal among men and acceptable for women in medicinal contexts. The boundary between appropriate medical use and harmful dependence is blurry, and many people cross it without recognizing what has happened. Folk remedies occupy the space that formal medicine cannot fill, which in 1780 is most of the space available. People try herbal poultices, animal parts with attributed medicinal properties, rituals meant to ward off disease, charms to protect health. Some of these remedies work. Willow bark tea contains salicin, the compound that will eventually become aspirin, and it does genuinely reduce pain and fever. Other herbal treatments carry pharmacological effects that will not be scientifically explained for another 100 years. Other remedies are pure superstition, effective only through the placebo response, if at all. The line between healer and charlatan is frequently unclear. Traveling medicine sellers move from town to town with tonics and curatives that supposedly address everything from consumption to impotence. These patent medicines are generally alcohol-based, with herbs or other ingredients that may or may not contribute anything beyond the alcohol itself. They are advertised with testimonials from satisfied customers who are likely paid or fictional. Desperate people buy them hoping for something extraordinary, and sometimes they do feel better from placebo effect or from the alcohol, and that improvement becomes the medicine's reputation. Women serve as the primary healthcare providers in most households. They carry medical knowledge received from their own mothers and grandmothers, and they apply it daily. They make poultices. They brew teas. They set simple fractures, deliver neighbors' babies, and nurse sick relatives through long and exhausting illnesses. Their knowledge is practical, built from experience, passed through generations by demonstration rather than text. It is sometimes effective and sometimes not. But it is available, familiar, and free, which makes it the first line of medical response for most families. When epidemic disease sweeps through a town, it overwhelms whatever medical infrastructure exists. Doctors, where there are doctors, are quickly beyond their capacity. Families care for their own sick. Neighbors help neighbors. Communities sometimes attempt quarantine, closing roads and turning away travelers to prevent the disease from spreading inward. These quarantines are imperfect, and they carry their own cruelty. Disease already inside the boundary is trapped there with the people who cannot leave. Certain occupations carry well-recognized health costs that cannot be prevented with what is known. Miners develop lung diseases from breathing coal dust and mineral particles deep underground. Sailors suffer from scurvy on long voyages until someone eventually establishes that citrus prevents it. Blacksmiths and metalworkers breathe forge smoke and metal fumes across working lifetimes. The early factories beginning to emerge in this period bring machinery injuries and the longer, slower harm of prolonged industrial exposure. These occupational hazards are understood to be part of the work. There are no safety regulations, no workers' compensation, no recourse. Malnutrition runs quietly beneath many health problems without being identified as the root. Diets heavy in preserved foods, sparse in fresh vegetables and fruit, lacking in nutritional variety, create deficiency conditions that impair healing and lower resistance to disease. Rickets from vitamin D deficiency, scurvy from vitamin C deficiency, pellagra from niacin deficiency. All of these exist and cause suffering, but the connection to diet is not fully understood. People notice that certain foods seem to correlate with better health. The mechanism remains a mystery. Parasites are close to universal. Intestinal worms affect nearly everyone at some point, particularly children. Treatments range from herbal remedies that may genuinely have some effect to practices built on the belief that worms can be coaxed from the body through various means. Lice are common enough to be unremarkable. Fleas move freely between people and animals. Bedbugs inhabit mattresses and wooden bed frames. The constant presence of parasites is simply part of life in 1780, producing low-level discomfort that people have absorbed into their baseline experience of existing. Bathing is infrequent. Some of this is practical. Heating enough water for a bath is laborious and time-consuming. Some of it is ideological, a genuine belief that bathing too often weakens the constitution. People might bathe a few times across a year. The wealthy, with servants to manage the water heating and hauling, bathe more. Between baths, clothes are changed occasionally. The baseline smell of daily life in 1780 would register as extraordinary to a modern nose. But to the people living it is simply how people smell. Water sources are frequently contaminated because waste disposal is primitive. Privies are dug near wells without any understanding that this creates a direct contamination pathway. Human and animal waste runs into streams that supply drinking water to people living downstream. Cities concentrate this problem because they concentrate people. Periodic outbreaks of waterborne disease occur regularly and are not connected to water quality, because the germ theory of disease does not yet exist. Respiratory infections move through communities with seasonal regularity, killing the very young, the very old, and anyone already compromised by other conditions. Winter is particularly dangerous because cold drives people indoors, into poorly ventilated spaces where they share warmth and breathe the same air for months. A cold that passes as a minor inconvenience for a healthy adult can kill a malnourished child or an elderly person with weakened lungs. These deaths happen so frequently, they barely warrant mention, unless the person who dies carries some social importance. Pain is managed with what is available. Mild pain is endured. Moderate pain might be met with willow bark tea or other herbal preparations. Severe pain calls for alcohol or opium, both of which work and both of which carry their own consequences. Chronic pain conditions mean living with suffering that modern medicine could resolve in an afternoon, but which in 1780 is simply the shape of your life going forward. People adjust to pain levels that would send a modern person directly to the emergency room, because adjusting is the only option. There is a kind of fatalism that grows naturally from all of this. You can do everything correctly. Eat well when the harvest allows it. Rest when the work permits. Follow whatever medical advice is available, and still die from an infection that entered through a small cut on your hand. Or you can survive conditions that seem unsurvivable, recover from illnesses that should have killed you, and live into old age through nothing more than the luck of a robust constitution. The uncertainty is constant, and it produces a relationship with death that is more accepting, less panicked, than the modern world tends to manage. Death in 1780 is close, is possible at any moment, and is understood to be largely beyond human control. This is, perhaps, part of why religious faith holds such weight in this era. When survival is genuinely not in your hands, the question of whose hands it is in becomes urgent. End-of-life care happens at home. There is nowhere else for it to happen. The dying person is surrounded by family. Goodbyes are said. If the family is religious, final sacraments are received. The person dies in their own bed, in the room where they have lived. There is something worth pausing on in that arrangement, even knowing that it arose from necessity rather than from any particular philosophy of dying. Death in 1780 is woven into the fabric of daily life in ways that later centuries, moving death into hospitals and away from domestic space, will gradually undo. Illness is also a financial catastrophe. Sickness means inability to work, which means no income in an economy where most families are already living at the margin of subsistence. A prolonged illness accumulates costs from multiple directions at once: doctors' fees, the cost of medicines, lost wages. The household's productivity reduced precisely when its expenses rise. Families go into debt. Property gets sold. This is why people avoid calling for a doctor unless the situation has become desperate. They work through illness when they can. They accept medical intervention only as a last resort. Class differences in health outcomes are real but somewhat narrower than later centuries will make them, because even wealth cannot purchase effective treatment when effective treatment does not exist. Rich people have better nutrition, cleaner living conditions, and access to doctors. But those doctors are as likely to cause harm as to provide benefit. Poor people carry the burden of worse baseline health, but they sometimes benefit from not being able to afford the more aggressive medical interventions. Epidemic disease, infected injuries, childbirth complications, these things reach into wealthy households and poor ones with comparable effect. Death in 1780 is more democratic than it will become once medicine eventually learns to do what it claims. Alternative healing traditions flourish across the gaps that formal medicine cannot fill. Root workers in Black communities draw on African healing traditions brought across the ocean, combined with knowledge of American plants and their properties. Native American medicine practitioners hold detailed knowledge of local plants and treatments that sometimes prove more effective than anything European medicine can offer. German settlers carry their own folk traditions with them, particularly the powwow tradition of healing through prayer and ritual. These systems exist alongside formal medicine, sometimes in competition with it, offering different approaches to people for whom the mainstream has already failed. Recovery from serious illness, when it comes, is long and uncertain and rarely complete. A person who survives smallpox may spend weeks in bed and months gradually regaining strength and carry the scars permanently. Someone who loses a limb adapts to disability without the support of modern prosthetics or rehabilitation. A woman who survives a complicated birth may carry permanent damage to her reproductive organs, ongoing pain, lasting health problems. Recovery is not a return to what was before. It is the slow work of learning what the body can still do. Prevention is barely understood but instinctively practiced in places. People notice, without being able to explain it, that certain behaviors seem to correlate with better health. Fresh air is considered beneficial, which happens to be correct, though the reasoning behind it is wrong. Moderate exercise is recommended, also correct. Avoiding excess in food, drink, and emotion is part of humoral theory, but it aligns, perhaps coincidentally, with some genuinely sound practices. These pieces of folk wisdom help a little. Not enough to significantly reduce the general weight of disease that presses down on daily life in this era. There is something quietly particular about lying down to sleep in 1780 America when something is always wrong with your body. It might be a toothache, a cold that has lingered past the point where you hoped it would resolve, an old injury that announces itself when the weather changes, the general weariness of physical work performed across every season without pause. You know, settling into whatever bed you have, that your health is largely beyond your control. You can eat well if the harvest was good. You can rest if the work allows it. You can try to stay clean within whatever water and time are available to you. But whether you wake tomorrow in the same condition you fell asleep in, or whether something has already begun that will kill you in 3 weeks, is not something medicine in 1780 can tell you or change. A strong constitution and good fortune. That is medicine in 1780 America. Part science, part superstition. Mostly the body working on its own, with limited interference from anyone claiming to help. And then, having survived childhood disease against odds that already put you ahead of roughly a quarter of the children born alongside you, the question of education arrives. The answer to that question depends substantially on your family's economic position. your gender, where you live, and how much labor your household can spare from daily necessity. Most households cannot spare much, which means education happens in whatever gaps remain between the more pressing work of keeping people fed and sheltered. Most children in 1780 America receive very little formal schooling. What they do receive is fragmented, interrupted, and oriented toward practical rather than academic purposes. The notion that every child deserves years of dedicated education is genuinely revolutionary in this moment. And like most revolutionary notions, it is far easier to endorse in principle than to practice when those small hands are needed for planting, for harvest, for animal care, for the 100 daily tasks that hold a household together. A boy from a farming family begins his education early, and it has very little to do with books. By 5 or 6 years old, he is already contributing to household labor in small ways, gathering eggs, feeding chickens, pulling weeds, carrying water. These are not incidental chores. They are the curriculum. He is learning which crops belong to which season, how to read the signs in cloud and wind, when to plant and when to harvest, how to care for livestock, how to maintain the tools that make the work possible. This knowledge passes through observation and participation. Watch what I do. Now do it yourself. I will correct you when you go wrong. The men teaching him, father, older brother, uncle, whatever male relative is present, are not especially patient with mistakes, because mistakes in farming carry real costs the household cannot absorb. Plant seeds too shallow and birds take them before they can germinate. Plant too deep and they rot before they can break the surface. Skip a week of weeding and the crop gets strangled. Forget to secure the fence and the cow finds its way into the neighbor's garden, which is both a practical problem and a social one. By 10 years old, if he is a farm boy, the work is not small. Plowing, sowing, harvest labor, animal management, structural repair. He is likely physically stronger than most adults in future centuries, not because the era produces unusual people, but because he has been doing serious physical work since before he could read. His education in literacy and numeracy, if it happens at all, is fitted around the edges of everything else. Winter, when farm work slows. Evenings by candlelight, when his mother has the time and energy to teach him his letters. Sunday school, where the Bible serves as primer. Or perhaps not at all, because illiteracy is common enough in agricultural communities that it does not meaningfully limit a life spent in farming. A girl's education is different in content but equally intensive and equally practical. She learns from her mother and the other women of her household and community. Cooking, baking, preserving food, spinning thread, weaving cloth, sewing, knitting, soap making, candle making, butter churning, cheese making, herb gardening, basic medical care, childcare. This is a complete curriculum requiring years to master, and every part of it is essential to household survival. A woman who cannot manage these tasks is a genuine liability to any household she joins. Girls are therefore trained systematically and thoroughly, beginning in early childhood. The domestic education girls receive is more sophisticated than it tends to be credited as. Making soap from raw materials requires understanding the chemical reaction between lye and fat. Preserving food requires precise knowledge of temperatures, timing, and technique to prevent spoilage and poisoning. Managing the household economy, producing goods for trade, calculating values, planning supplies across seasons, requires arithmetic and forward planning of real complexity. But this knowledge is transmitted orally, through demonstration, not through written texts or formal instruction. Because it does not involve books, it is not counted as education by those who define education as literacy and book learning. Some girls do learn to read and write, though it is less common than among boys and considered less essential. The reasoning is that women need to manage households rather than correspond about politics or read philosophy. A woman literate enough to read scripture and keep household accounts has sufficient education for her expected life. Advanced learning for girls is sometimes regarded with suspicion. What does a woman need with Latin, with mathematics beyond basic arithmetic? This attitude will begin changing slowly as the ideals of the new republic start to include women, at least theoretically. But in 1780, most families direct their daughters toward practical domestic training rather than academic instruction. Wealth changes everything about this picture. Families with money have access to a separate educational world entirely. A boy from a wealthy household might have a private tutor or be sent to a private academy in a city. He will study Latin, possibly Greek, mathematics that extends well beyond basic arithmetic, history, rhetoric, natural philosophy, and likely some French, because French remains the language of diplomacy and cultivated society. His education is designed to prepare him for leadership in the new republic, for participation in politics and commerce and intellectual life. He reads classical texts. He studies Cicero and Plutarch. He absorbs the liberal arts that are held to form a complete man fit for civic participation. This elite education is exclusively male and exclusively expensive. Girls from wealthy families are more likely to be literate than poor girls, and they may study French, music, or drawing. But the curriculum is still oriented toward producing accomplished wives rather than independent thinkers. The purpose is to make them attractive as marriage partners and capable of managing elite households and raising educated children, not to prepare them for public life or intellectual careers. The gap between elite and common education is wide, and it reflects the entirely different lives these children are being prepared for. A farmer's son does not need Latin to plant corn, and teaching him abstract philosophy will not help him repair a plow. A wealthy merchant's son will not be plowing fields, so his education can afford to be theoretical, focused on the liberal arts that signal membership in the educated class. These two parallel systems of education are preparing children for fundamentally different lives, reinforcing the class divisions of the society while claiming, in the language of the new republic, to promote equality and opportunity. Schools, where they exist, are modest and irregular. The one-room schoolhouse, children of all ages gathered in a single space under a single teacher, is the standard model when formal schooling exists at all in rural areas. The teacher manages students from complete beginners through teenagers simultaneously, teaching different levels at once, maintaining discipline, accommodating the irregular attendance that follows the rhythms of agricultural labor. The teacher might be a man or a woman. Teaching is one of the few respectable paid occupations available to unmarried women, though the pay is meager and the conditions are difficult. The qualification for the position is often nothing more than literacy and willingness to do the work. The teacher boards with different families in rotation, moving household to household for meals and lodging. This creates a dependency on the community and a practical difficulty in maintaining authority when you are literally eating at the tables of your students' families. Some teachers are genuinely committed to the work. Others are people who need employment and can read, doing the minimum required while waiting for better opportunities to present themselves. The school year is shaped by agricultural necessity, not by any educational logic. Summer is entirely out because children are needed in the fields. Winter is the primary school season, when farm labor lightens enough that children can be spared. Some communities manage a spring term squeezed between planting seasons. The total schooling a child receives, if they attend consistently, might amount to a few months per year across a handful of years. Many children do not attend consistently. The intermittent nature of this schooling makes the learning difficult to hold. Progress made in winter is partially lost by autumn. Time spent relearning previous material eats into the time available for advancing. The rhythm is 2 steps forward, 1 step back, repeated annually. The physical conditions inside a schoolhouse are not comfortable. A poorly heated single room, rough benches, minimal supplies. Students bring their own writing materials if the family can provide any, a slate and chalk or paper and ink if those are affordable. Books are scarce. The teacher may have a Bible, possibly an almanac, perhaps a few other texts shared among all the students. There are no individual textbooks because books are expensive and no family can easily afford them. Learning happens through recitation, through copying text from a board, through repetition rather than independent reading. The Bible is the primary reading text, and not only for religious reasons. Most families own one. It is the book that is almost certainly available. Learning to read through Scripture means the content is considered morally appropriate and the material is accessible. Students learn their letters by working through biblical passages, which is both a literacy lesson and a religious one, delivered simultaneously. There is a kind of education that happens long before anyone can name what it is. A child in 1780 learns the world through her hands before she learns it through letters. She learns the weight of a water bucket, the resistance of a dough that isn't ready yet, the particular sound a cow makes when it hasn't been fed. These are lessons no schoolroom teaches, but schoolrooms exist too, in varying degrees of roughness and formality, and what happens inside them is worth sitting with for a moment. The Bible is where reading begins, not as a religious choice exactly, but as a practical one. It is the text most households own. Children advance from individual letters to syllables, from syllables to words read aloud, from words to sentences, and eventually, slowly, to complete books. The language is already somewhat archaic by 1780, King James English having aged visibly even then. But this is considered not a problem. Struggling with difficult text is thought to build character and reading skill at the same time, 2 lessons for the price of 1 hard sentence. The religious and the educational are not separate here. Learning to read and learning religious doctrine happen in the same moment, with the same materials, and no one sees any reason to distinguish between them. The almanac sits beside the Bible as the other universal text. Where the Bible is spiritual, the almanac is practical. It carries calendars, astronomical information, planting advice, weather predictions, mathematical tables, and whatever other useful knowledge could be compressed into a small and inexpensive book. Students work arithmetic problems from almanac pages. They learn geography from the astronomical information. They practice reading on the varied content. The almanac is education in its most honest form, learning that serves immediate purposes rather than abstract ones. You are sitting at a rough wooden bench. The room smells of pine resin and tallow candles. Somewhere near the front, a teacher is pointing at letters chalked onto a board. Your fingers are cold. You have already been awake for 3 hours. Some progressive communities are beginning to establish what are called dame schools, where a local woman, often older, often a widow who needs income, teaches basic literacy to young children in her home. It is informal, unregulated, unstandardized, but it serves a purpose. Children too young for regular school can learn their letters, practice basic reading, perhaps some simple arithmetic and Bible study while their parents work. The fees are small. The instruction is basic. But it reaches children who would otherwise receive nothing at all. Writing instruction, when it comes later. And for many children, it never comes at all. Reading is considered both more essential and easier to teach. Writing requires expensive materials, paper and ink and quills that need constant trimming, and significant practice before anything legible emerges. Many people in 1780 can read adequately but write poorly, or not at all. The signature on a legal document might be the only writing some adults ever perform, practiced enough to be consistent, but not what you would call a real facility with the written word. The use of a simple mark in place of a signature is common enough that it is legally acceptable for binding contracts. That small detail says something about daily life that a longer paragraph might not. Arithmetic, when it is taught, focuses on what you will actually use. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division of money and goods, calculation of measurements and volumes. basic geometry for surveying or construction. More advanced mathematics belongs to specialists and elite students. Most people need to calculate costs, measure land, figure harvest yields, and plan how far their resources will stretch through a winter. They need functional numeracy, not theoretical mathematics. Word problems in schools involve real transactions and real measurements, so that the lesson and the life it belongs to are never far apart. Discipline in these schools is harsh by any modern measure. Teachers use physical punishment freely, strikes with rulers or switches, time spent in uncomfortable positions, public humiliation for failures. The guiding logic is the old one, that sparing the rod spoils the child, and that education is serious business requiring strict discipline. There is no concept in 1780 of learning disabilities or different learning styles. There are obedient students who try hard, and there are disobedient students who need correction. The harshness is also partly practical. A teacher managing a room full of children of different ages, some of whom do not want to be there, needs tools for maintaining order. Physical discipline is the tool available. Gender segregation in schools varies by community. Some schools are mixed, boys and girls learning together. Others separate them, sometimes in different buildings, sometimes at different times. The argument for separation is that boys and girls need different kinds of education, and that mixing them creates moral dangers, though what those dangers are is never quite specified. In small communities, the practical reality overrides the preference. You cannot afford 2 schools or 2 teachers, so mixed education happens whether the community prefers it or not. In larger towns with more resources, separation becomes possible and is often implemented. The content of the curriculum reflects what the culture believes knowledge is for. History is taught as a series of moral lessons about great men and divine providence. Geography is taught through biblical lands and contemporary political divisions. Natural philosophy, the precursor to what we would call science, is taught as evidence of divine design rather than through experimental method. The entire curriculum reinforces cultural values and religious beliefs while also transmitting practical skills and basic literacy. These 2 purposes are never in tension because no one is trying to separate them. Native American children who attend schools, usually through missionary efforts or government programs, face an education designed to do something quite different from teaching them to read. These schools teach English, Christianity, agricultural methods, and domestic arts. They actively suppress native languages, religions, and traditions. It is cultural colonization conducted through schoolrooms, and it is devastating to native communities, even as some families understand that formal schooling may be necessary for survival in a world that is increasingly shaped by those who hold power. The tension between preserving a culture and acquiring the skills needed to navigate a world that is erasing it creates choices that should not have to be made. Enslaved children receive no formal education at all. In many places, it is actively illegal to teach them to read. The logic behind this law is explicit. Literacy makes enslaved people dangerous. It allows them to forge passes, to communicate through written messages, to encounter ideas that might inspire resistance. Some enslaved children learn anyway, taught secretly by literate enslaved adults, or sometimes by white children young enough not yet to understand why the teaching is being withheld. The risk is not small. Being caught learning to read can result in severe punishment. And yet some people pursue literacy despite that danger, because they understand that knowledge is power, even inside powerlessness. Apprenticeship is the primary form of advanced education for most boys who will not attend academy or college. A boy is bound to a master craftsman or merchant for a term of years, typically beginning around age 12 or 14 and lasting until early adulthood. The master provides room, board, and training in the trade. The apprentice provides labor. It is education through immersion and repetition, learning by doing under supervision until the craft becomes second nature. The apprentice contract specifies obligations on both sides. The master must teach the trade honestly and completely, provide adequate food and lodging, and usually teach basic literacy and numeracy if the boy does not already have those skills. The apprentice must obey, work diligently, avoid damaging property or revealing trade secrets, and serve the full term. Breaking the contract has legal consequences, though enforcement varies considerably. Some apprenticeships are good experiences, with genuine instruction and decent treatment. Others are exploitative, with masters extracting labor while providing minimal training and poor conditions. The trades covered are diverse: blacksmithing, carpentry, coopering, printing, shipbuilding, merchant operations, essentially any skilled occupation that cannot be learned quickly. The goal is a competent, independent craftsman who can then practice the trade alone or in partnership. A successful apprenticeship produces a young man with valuable skills, trade connections, and the means to earn a living. A failed one produces wasted years and a young person without marketable skills, trying to find a footing. That gap, between the best version and the worst version of the same arrangement, is wide enough to define a life. Girls can be apprenticed too, though it is less common, and usually for domestic service or trades such as mantua making or millinery. The structure is similar, learning through practice under supervision. But the outcome is different, because women face restrictions on practicing trades independently. A girl who learns mantua making through apprenticeship gains real skills, but she will likely work for someone else rather than establishing her own shop. The economic independence that apprenticeship can open for boys is not equally available to girls in a society that limits women's commercial activity. College education exists, but it serves a tiny fraction of the population. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and a few other institutions train future ministers, lawyers, doctors, and political leaders. The curriculum is classical: Latin, Greek, rhetoric, logic, theology, mathematics, natural philosophy. Students are expected to arrive already literate in English and Latin, ready for advanced study. The cost is prohibitive for most families. Sending a son to college is a marker of elite status and an investment in family advancement through professional credentials. The practical relevance to most lives is limited, unless you are entering a profession that specifically requires classical education. The revolutionary rhetoric about educated citizenship is beginning to create pressure for something broader. The argument is straightforward. A republic depends on informed citizens who can read laws, understand issues, and participate rationally in self-government. If sovereignty rests with the people rather than a king, the people need enough education to exercise that sovereignty responsibly. This sounds compelling in theory and immediately encounters practical problems when anyone tries to implement it. Who pays for universal education? Who teaches? What gets taught? How do you balance schooling with the labor needs that families genuinely cannot ignore? Some communities are responding by establishing common schools funded through local taxes, attempting to provide basic education to all children regardless of family wealth. This is genuinely radical, and it is controversial. People without children, or those already educating their children privately, object to paying for someone else's schooling. The quality varies enormously depending on local resources and commitment. Some communities build decent schools and hire teachers with real qualifications. Others provide minimal facilities with barely literate instructors and call it public education. The idea is revolutionary. The implementation is, as so often, messier than the idea. Literacy rates in 1780 America are difficult to determine precisely because record-keeping is inconsistent. Rough estimates suggest that around 60% of white men can read. White women and free black people have lower rates. Enslaved people have essentially no literacy because it has been deliberately denied them. Regional variation is significant. New England has higher literacy rates than the South. Urban areas have higher rates than rural ones. And there is a gap worth noticing between literacy and education. Someone who can slowly sound out words in the Bible is not necessarily educated in any broader sense. They may have no understanding of mathematics, geography, history, or natural philosophy beyond what they have absorbed through oral tradition and personal experience. Reading is a tool. It is not, on its own, equivalent to comprehensive education. Many literate people in 1780 have never read anything except the Bible and the almanac, because those are the only texts they have ever had access to. Libraries are rare and usually private. A wealthy merchant or minister might own dozens or even hundreds of books, a quantity that represents real treasure for most people of the time. These collections sometimes allow limited access to community members, creating informal lending arrangements. The books tend toward religious works, classical texts, political treatises, practical manuals. Fiction is limited and often considered morally suspect. Reading for entertainment, rather than improvement, is seen as frivolous, possibly corrupting. Textbooks specifically designed for education are just beginning to be published in America. Noah Webster's spelling book is still a few years away from 1780, but when it arrives, it will standardize American spelling and provide consistent educational material. For now, teachers work with whatever texts are available, sometimes creating their own materials, sometimes copying lessons out by hand for students. What you learn in one school can differ significantly from what is taught in another school in the same state. The debate between practical and liberal education shapes the entire conversation about schooling. Practical education teaches skills directly applicable to work, agriculture, trades, commerce, household management. Liberal education teaches classical knowledge, Latin, rhetoric, mathematics, philosophy, supposedly developing the rational mind. The practical camp argues that most people need skills for work, not abstract knowledge. The liberal camp argues that educated citizens need broad knowledge to participate in governance, and that practical training without intellectual development produces capable workers but not capable citizens. This debate carries class tensions just beneath the surface. Wealthy families can afford to give their sons a liberal education because those sons will have professional or political careers requiring it. Poor families need their children to acquire practical skills quickly because survival depends on economic contribution. The revolutionary promise of equality suggests that everyone deserves a liberal education. The economic reality is that most families need their children working, not studying subjects that do not immediately pay. The result is a two-tier system that reproduces class divisions while claiming to promote opportunity. The role of mothers in education is substantial and consistently under-recognized. In households without access to formal schooling, mothers teach whatever they can: reading, writing, arithmetic, moral lessons, practical knowledge. This home education is often the only education children receive, and it is especially often the only education girls receive. Mothers who are literate pass that literacy to their children. Those who are not cannot give what they do not have. The mother's level of education is one of the strongest predictors of her children's education, creating patterns that carry across generations in both directions. Children's daily schedules in 1780 leave limited room for formal learning even when formal learning is available. A child wakes early to do chores, feeding animals, collecting eggs, hauling water, helping with breakfast. Then perhaps a few hours of school, if it is the right season and if the child can be spared from other work. Then back to labor, more chores, helping in fields or shops or with household production, dinner preparation. Evening might bring more lessons at home if parents have the energy and the ability to teach. Then bed, to wake early and repeat. Education happens in fragments, squeezed into the gaps between the endless necessary labor of staying alive. The revolutionary generation is holding a contradiction it has not fully resolved. They profess that all men are created equal but maintain educational systems that provide vastly different opportunities based on wealth, gender, and race. They argue that republics need educated citizens, but preserve economic structures that treat child labor as more urgent than schooling. They believe in progress through knowledge, but often cannot afford to invest in education even for their own children. The gap between aspiration and implementation is wide, and most people living inside it are too busy to think about it systematically. Some genuinely progressive thinkers are pushing for expansive reform. They argue that democracy requires universal literacy, that women need education to raise virtuous citizens, that public investment in schools will benefit society broadly. These arguments will gradually gain traction and lead to real expansion of education in the decades ahead. But in 1780, they are mostly theoretical discussions among people with the leisure to have theoretical discussions, while the practical reality for most children is minimal formal schooling and extensive practical training through labor. The quality of education a child receives in 1780 is, in the end, largely a matter of luck. Luck of being born into a family that values and can afford education. Luck of living in a community with a school and a teacher who knows something. Luck of having literate parents who can supplement whatever the school provides. Luck of not being needed constantly for labor. Luck of not dying from disease before the education has time to matter. For most children, education is fragmentary, interrupted, and primarily practical. The comprehensive formal schooling that later generations will take for granted is not yet a reality for the vast majority of American children, whatever the revolutionary rhetoric says about equality and opportunity. As evening settles and children finish their work for the day, some will spend a few minutes practicing letters on slates or listening to a parent read from the Bible. Others will go straight to bed, too tired from labor to think about learning. And others, the privileged few, will study with tutors or in academies, preparing for lives of professional and political leadership. These parallel experiences, happening in the same country in the same year, will shape the adults these children become and the society they build together. There is a stubborn human tendency, one that no amount of exhaustion seems to fully extinguish, to reach for something pleasurable when the work is done, or sometimes even while the work is still happening. People in 1780 America are not waiting for leisure to arrive. They are making it from whatever is at hand, which is mostly each other, and whatever music they can produce themselves. And in the process, they have developed something genuinely clever, the art of turning necessary labor into social occasion. When most tasks require more hands than one household can provide, you have roughly two choices. You can struggle alone, or you can turn the work into a gathering where everyone helps and somehow, improbably, has a good time. The barn raising is the clearest example of this. A structure that would take one family months to build can go up in a single day if the whole community arrives to help. And arrive they do, because everyone understands the arrangement. You help your neighbor raise their barn knowing that, when your turn comes, the same crowd will appear for you. A barn raising starts early, with men arriving at dawn carrying tools and ready for serious construction work. Someone has to coordinate all of it, who brings which materials, who works on which part of the structure, who oversees the work to make sure the thing is actually built soundly. Skilled carpenters direct the effort. Strong men do the heavy lifting. Boys run errands and fetch supplies. Older men offer advice, whether or not it is particularly wanted. It is organized chaos with a clear and shared goal, to have the barn frame up and secured before nightfall. While the men are building, the women are preparing a feast. This is not simply lunch. This is competitive cooking on public display. Every woman who attends brings her best dishes, because this is one of the moments when household competence becomes visible to the entire community. The tables bend under platters of fried chicken, roasted pork, baked beans, cornbread, pies, cakes, preserves, and pickles. The barn raising is also, quietly, a contest. Reputations are made or complicated, depending on whether the pie crust is flaky and the chicken properly seasoned. The children are running freely. With so many adults present, supervision is collective, which means it is effectively minimal. They are playing games, getting into minor trouble, forming the friendships and rivalries that will structure their social lives for years to come. The barn raising is one of the few occasions when children get to mix extensively with peers from other households, making it simultaneously a work event, a social gathering, and something close to a community-wide playdate. By midday, the frame is going up. The main beams are massive pieces of timber that require coordinated effort from dozens of men to lift and secure. It is dangerous work. If a beam slips, someone can be seriously injured or killed. But it is also genuinely exciting to watch, a demonstration of what coordinated effort between neighbors can accomplish that no single family could manage alone. When the final beam is secured, there is real celebration, because something real has been accomplished together. Then comes the food, and then comes everything else. People eat together, mixing across families and age groups, swapping stories and news, conducting business negotiations, arranging future collaborations. Marriages are discussed, sometimes arranged. Land deals are sketched out. Political alliances form or dissolve. Feuds are either eased or intensified depending on who sits near whom and what gets said. All of this happens over chicken and pie, because in 1780 America, food and social life are inseparable. If the evening allows, someone will pull out a fiddle. Someone else has a flute, or perhaps a drum fashioned from a barrel. The musicians play tunes everyone already knows, and dancing begins in the newly completed barn or on the grass outside. The dances are energetic, reels and jigs that require real stamina, and people dance until they are sweating despite the cool evening air, pausing only for more food or more drink. What started as a construction project has become a celebration that the whole community will talk about for months. Quilting bees serve the same purpose for women, turning the labor-intensive work of creating quilts into social gatherings. Making a quilt requires hundreds of small stitches, tedious work that moves faster with more hands and is considerably more pleasant with conversation. Women gather in someone's home, bring their needles and thread, arrange themselves around the quilting frame that holds the layers of fabric stretched flat. The actual quilting becomes almost secondary to what is happening around it. The conversation at Quilting Bees is wide-ranging and often surprisingly direct. Women discuss things they might not raise in mixed company: marital difficulties, health concerns, fears about pregnancy, frustrations with managing a household on limited resources. Information about contraception and abortion, such as it exists in 1780, gets shared quietly among trusted women. Advice about difficult children, difficult husbands, the stretching of resources through a hard season, all of it circulates through these gatherings. A quilting bee is a support group, an information network, and a social club, all disguised as productive needlework. The quilts themselves become a kind of documentation. Women incorporate fabric scraps from meaningful sources: pieces of a wedding dress, cloth from a deceased child's clothing, remnants of curtains from a previous home. The finished quilt is a textile memory, documenting connections and losses through its patchwork design. The patterns have names that carry their own histories: log cabin, bear's paw, wedding ring, drunkard's path. The quilt is work. It is also art, memory, and social bond. Corn-husking bees take the necessary agricultural labor of removing husks from harvested corn and make it competitive and festive. The community gathers in a barn with a massive pile of unhusked corn. Young men and women work in teams, racing to see who can husk the most in the least time. There is a tradition that finding a red ear of corn earns you the right to kiss someone, which adds a thread of romantic possibility to the proceedings. The work gets done rapidly through collective effort. while also providing one of the few socially acceptable opportunities for young people to flirt. These work parties, barn raisings, quilting bees, corn huskings, apple peelings, maple sugar gatherings, these are the structure of rural social life throughout the year. They ensure necessary work gets done while maintaining community bonds, circulating information, providing entertainment, and creating the social fabric that holds communities together. It is an elegant solution, making a virtue of necessity and finding pleasure inside labor. Taverns serve an entirely different social function, and they serve it primarily for men. The tavern in 1780 is part bar, part restaurant, part inn, part meeting hall, part political forum, and part gambling establishment. It is where men go to escape household responsibilities, conduct business, hear news, engage in politics, and generally behave in ways that might attract disapproval at home. The tavern keeper is a central figure in community life, knowing everyone's business, extending credit, acting as informal banker and conflict mediator, and maintaining order in a space that is specifically designed for a degree of disorder. The physical space is usually a large room with rough tables and benches, a bar where drinks are served, a fireplace providing heat, and possibly separate rooms for lodging travelers or conducting private business. The floor is dirt or rough boards, covered in sawdust that absorbs spilled drinks. The smell is its own thing entirely: alcohol, tobacco smoke, unwashed humanity, cooking food, and wood smoke, all blending into something that would be either deeply nostalgic or completely overwhelming, depending on how you arrived at it. The drinks available depend on local production and trade. Rum is popular in areas with access to Caribbean trade networks. Whiskey dominates where grain is abundant and distilling is common. Beer and ale are everywhere, the quality varying considerably. Apple cider, both hard and soft, is ubiquitous in areas with orchards. The tavern keeper pours generously because precision measurement is not the priority, and because customer satisfaction depends partly on quantity. The alcohol content is significant enough that a few drinks will affect your judgment, which is, broadly speaking, the intention. The social hierarchy in a tavern is complex. Wealthy men may have preferred seating, but the tavern is one of the few spaces where different classes mix with some degree of ease. A merchant and a laborer might share a table and a conversation, united by their gender and their desire for a drink away from home. Political discussions can get heated, men arguing with real passion about Congress, state governments, local issues, and personal grievances. These arguments occasionally become physical. The tavern keeper decides whether to intervene or let things run their course, depending on how much damage is actually being done and who is involved. Gambling happens openly. Card games including whist, all fours, and loo are popular, with small wages making the play more interesting. Dice games offer quick gambling for those who prefer not to manage cards. Betting on cockfights is common entertainment where the practice is legal or at least tolerated. Two roosters fight to injury or death while men wager on the outcome. The ethics of this are not much debated in 1780. It is accepted entertainment, part of the culture of the tavern. Music in taverns is informal and participatory. Someone produces a fiddle. Someone else has a flute or a whistle. Perhaps there is a drum, or someone simply beats a rhythm on the table. The songs are ones everyone knows already: drinking songs, military marches, popular ballads, and songs with words that would not pass in polite company, but are perfectly acceptable here. Men sing along, harmonizing roughly, sometimes changing the words to reference local events or people. The music grows louder and less precise as the evening goes on, and more drinks are consumed, but enthusiasm has always compensated well for technical accuracy. Taverns also function as information hubs. News moves through tavern networks faster than it moves through official channels. Travelers share information from other regions. Merchants discuss trade conditions. Letters are read aloud to groups. Newspapers are available for those who can read and shared through recitation for those who cannot. Political pamphlets circulate. Debates happen spontaneously. Local organizing occurs over drinks. The tavern is where you learn what is actually happening, as distinct from the official version, where rumor and fact mix freely, and sorting them out is left to individual judgment. When a traveling performer arrives in town, a musician, a storyteller, an actor with a repertoire of scenes, the tavern is often the venue where the performance happens. And in a world without printed schedules or professional venues, the arrival of any such person is its own small event, worth walking some distance to see. You are standing at the edge of a barn door, the night cool against your face, the smell of sawdust and spilled cider drifting out from the dancing inside. Someone is playing a fiddle. You can hear boots on the floor, a caller's voice cutting through the noise, and underneath it all, the low sound of people laughing. You don't know most of them, not really. But tonight that doesn't matter. That is entertainment in 1780 America. Not a screen, not a seat in a darkened hall. A barn, a fiddle, a caller, and the willingness to move. And it is worth sitting with that for a moment, because the shape of what people did when they weren't working tells you something deep about who they were. Not the shape of their ambitions or their politics, but the shape of their ordinary human need for noise and company and motion. Let's begin with the tavern, because the tavern is where a great deal of 1780 social life concentrates. It is male space, primarily. Women are largely absent unless they are the tavern keeper's wife or daughters working in the business, or travelers with nowhere else to stay. Women who frequent taverns for other reasons risk their reputations. Sex workers do operate in and around taverns as part of the local economy, but the sexual double standard is stark and fully enforced. Men's tavern behavior is accepted as natural. The same behavior from a woman would be considered scandalous. The gap between what is permitted and what is condemned shifts entirely depending on who is doing the very same thing. Traveling entertainers come to the tavern because the tavern is where the space is, where the audience is, and where the alcohol loosens purses and encourages generosity. The quality of these performances varies enormously. Some traveling entertainers are genuinely talented. Others are desperately bad, though entertaining in their awfulness. Either way, they represent novelty in communities that see the same faces and hear the same stories week after week, year after year. Actual traveling theater companies are rarer still, and their arrival is a major event. Communities talk about it for weeks before the company reaches them, and for months after they leave. Professional theater in 1780 is mostly an urban phenomenon, confined to larger cities that can support permanent playhouses. But small traveling companies do make their way through towns, performing in whatever space is available. A tavern, a barn, a hastily constructed temporary stage. The productions are rough by any standard. Costumes are whatever the actors can carry or improvise. Sets are minimal, suggested rather than built. Special effects are theatrical tricks that wouldn't fool anyone, but are appreciated for the effort involved. The actors themselves are often adequate at best, though some traveling companies include genuinely talented performers who chose itinerant life for particular reasons. Fleeing debt, escaping scandal, preferring freedom to stability, or simply loving performance more than they love security. There is something quietly interesting about that last group. People who chose the harder path because it was the one that kept them moving, kept them performing, kept them feeling something. History is full of them, and 1780 is no different. The plays performed include Shakespeare, though heavily adapted and cut down, because the full texts are too long and too complex for these circumstances. Popular comedies and melodramas written for broad audiences fill out the repertoire. Anything with clear heroes and villains, obvious moral lessons, and opportunities for dramatic gesture works well for audiences who may be watching theater for the very first time in their lives. These audiences are not quiet. They are boisterous, commenting on the action, cheering for heroes, hissing at villains, and throwing things at the stage if they feel the performance has let them down. Theater in 1780 is participatory. It is nothing like the hushed, respectful observation that modern audiences practice. It is more like a conversation between the stage and the crowd, sometimes amiable and sometimes adversarial. Circuses and menageries showing exotic animals are even rarer than theater companies, but they generate tremendous excitement when they do appear. A traveling showman arrives with a few animals, perhaps a lion, a bear, some monkeys, an elephant if you are very lucky, and charges admission to view them. People who have never seen anything larger than local livestock pay to stand and stare at creatures they have only read about in books or heard described in sermons. The educational value is debatable. The showman's descriptions of animal behavior are usually more fiction than fact, but the entertainment value is undeniable. For a community that measures its world in walking distance, a lion is a kind of miracle. Music is everywhere in 1780 America, but almost entirely amateur and participatory. People make their own music with whatever instruments are available or can be fashioned. The fiddle is perhaps the most common because it is portable, relatively inexpensive, and versatile enough to handle dance tunes, ballads, and sacred music equally well. A community that has one or two competent fiddlers considers itself fortunate. A fiddler who knows a wide repertoire becomes a valued community resource, called upon for dances and celebrations and social gatherings throughout the year. Flutes and whistles are also common because they are simple to make and relatively simple to learn. A competent woodworker can fashion a usable flute from a piece of wood or cane. The resulting instrument may not have concert hall quality, but it can carry a melody well enough for folk songs and dances. Children often learn on simple whistles before moving on to more complex instruments, if their families can afford them or their talents justify the investment. Drums are basic but effective, often improvised from barrels or wooden boxes or frames with animal skin stretched tight across them. They provide rhythm for dancing and emphasis for celebration. The technique required is simpler than melodic instruments, making drums accessible to enthusiastic amateurs who contribute energy, if not sophistication, to musical gatherings. And then there is the human voice, which requires no purchase and no construction, only willingness. Singing happens constantly in 1780 America. While working, while walking, while gathered socially, while worshiping. People know dozens or hundreds of songs learned entirely through oral transmission, melodies and lyrics passed from generation to generation, accumulating small variations along the way. Work songs pace labor and make repetitive tasks more bearable. Ballads carry stories of historical events, tragic romances, and moral lessons. Sacred songs express devotion and bind communities together in shared faith. Dancing is hugely popular when opportunity allows. The dances are communal activities rather than couple-focused, with long-ways sets, circles, and squares allowing many people to participate at once. A caller shouts instructions over the music, telling dancers where to move, who to swing, when to change partners. You don't need much skill to join in. You need only to follow the caller's directions and keep moving. The energetic footwork and rapid partner changes create something that is less choreography and more joyful chaos. More about collective participation than individual performance. These dances last for hours, sometimes until dawn, with participants dancing until they are exhausted, resting briefly, then jumping back in. The endurance required is significant. These are not sedate waltzes. They are vigorous physical activity that leaves you sweating and breathless. But after weeks or months of hard labor with minimal recreation, that exhaustion is welcome. The tiredness you feel after a night of dancing is different from the grinding tiredness of daily work. It is a pleasant fatigue, the kind you sleep well from. Holidays give structure to the social calendar and provide occasions for community celebration. Christmas is observed, though far less commercialized and gift-focused than it will eventually become. It is primarily a religious holiday, marked by church services, family gatherings, and special meals when families can afford them. The 12 days of Christmas allow for extended celebration in communities that observe traditional practices, with visiting between households, shared meals, and general relaxation from regular work. New Year is celebrated with visiting, drinking, and resolutions that will be broken just as quickly in 1780 as in any other century. The symbolism of new beginnings holds appeal in uncertain times, offering hope that the coming year might improve on the last, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. Independence Day, the 4th of July, is just beginning to take shape as a significant holiday in 1780. It is only 4 years old. Some communities mark it with speeches, readings of the Declaration of Independence, military drills if there is a local militia, and general patriotic celebration. Others ignore it entirely, because independence is still controversial in areas where loyalists were numerous, or where the war is still fresh and painful. The holiday's significance will grow as the revolution recedes into memory and begins to harden into mythology. Election Day is something between a civic duty and a social occasion. Voting is public, not by secret ballot, and generally limited to property-owning white men. The process involves assembling at a designated location, declaring your vote aloud for the record, and then often celebrating or commiserating at the nearest tavern. Candidates and their supporters make speeches, distribute printed materials, and provide food and especially alcohol to potential voters. The direct exchange of drinks for votes is frowned upon. It happens anyway. Civic participation and social festivity blur together until they are barely distinguishable. Weddings are major community celebrations requiring extensive preparation and promising extensive festivities. The ceremony itself might be simple, religious, or civil, depending on family preference and community norms. But the celebration afterward can last for days. There is a feast of the best food families can provide. There is dancing that continues until people physically cannot dance anymore. There is drinking that leads to predictable behavior. And there is general celebration of the new household being formed. The in-fair, a reception held at the groom's family home after the wedding, allows the bride to be introduced to her new household and community in a celebratory setting. It signals that she has been accepted into the family and that the marriage has the community's support. In close-knit communities, weddings reinforce social bonds, create or strengthen alliances between families, and provide rare occasions for unreserved joy. Funerals are community events too, though obviously somber rather than festive. The deceased is laid out at home. Neighbors visit to pay their respects. The funeral service brings the community together in shared mourning. After the burial, there is a meal at the family's home where people gather to offer comfort through presents and food and the sharing of memories. Death is common enough in 1780 that funeral customs are well established, and community participation is expected. The obligations created by grief and attendance strengthen communal bonds in ways that are real and lasting. Storytelling may be the most accessible and widespread entertainment of all. In the evenings, when the work is done and before bed arrives, people tell stories. Folktales, personal experiences, legends, ghost stories, humorous anecdotes. The stories serve multiple purposes at once: entertainment, moral instruction, the preservation of local history, and the simple pleasure of being together in the dark with a fire going and a voice worth listening to. Ghost stories are particularly popular because they are thrilling without being deeply disturbing. They allow people to experience fear in a safe context. The stories often incorporate local landmarks and recent events, creating blends of fact and fiction that some believe entirely, others doubt openly, and everyone enjoys regardless. Tales of haunted houses, spectral appearances, supernatural warnings, and encounters with the uncanny circulate through communities and grow more elaborate with each retelling. Practical jokes and pranks provide entertainment at others' expense, sometimes good-natured and sometimes cruel, depending on the joker's intent and the community's tolerance for such things. Moving someone's fence markers, hiding tools, swapping items between households, creating elaborate deceptions. The line between playful fun and genuine malice can be thin, and what begins as a joke sometimes escalates into real conflict requiring community mediation. Sports and physical competitions offer entertainment and an outlet for competitive energy. Wrestling matches between strong men attract crowds and betting. Shooting competitions demonstrate marksmanship and determine local champions. Horse races, when horses and suitable terrain are available, draw both participants and spectators. These competitions are informal, organized spontaneously rather than through any official structure, but they serve important social functions by channeling competitive impulse into relatively harmless activity. Children create their own entertainment through games that require almost nothing to play. Tag, hide-and-seek, jumping rope, various ball games, dolls made from corn husks or scraps of fabric, toy animals carved from wood. Their play often mirrors adult activities, as if they are rehearsing roles they will eventually assume. Girls play house, preparing for household management. Boys play war or hunting, preparing for their expected roles. The gendered shape of play reflects and reinforces the social expectations already being built into them. Reading for entertainment is limited by book scarcity and literacy rates, but those with access to books do read for pleasure. Novels are becoming more available and increasingly popular, despite religious authorities' concern that fiction reading encourages frivolity and moral laxity. Books circulate among families, read aloud in groups, discussed and debated. A single book might provide entertainment for an entire community over weeks or months, passed around and read repeatedly, each reader leaving it a little more worn than they found it. Visiting is a major form of entertainment, simple but genuinely effective. You walk or ride to a neighbor's house, spend the afternoon or evening in conversation, share a meal if invited, catch up on news and gossip, and return home having broken the monotony of daily routine without spending any money or traveling far. The visiting patterns maintain relationships across distances and ensure that isolated households stay connected to community life. Letter writing, for those who are literate and can afford paper and postage, provides connection to distant friends and family while also creating its own form of entertainment. Composing letters, anticipating responses, reading received letters more than once, sharing interesting letters with others. All of this builds social activity around written communication. Letters from cities, from relatives who have moved away, from travelers describing distant places, bring the wider world to communities that might otherwise barely know it exists. Seasonal activities weave entertainment naturally into necessary work. Maple sugaring in early spring involves families camping in sugar bushes, tending fires and boiling sap, working hard, but also enjoying the break from winter routine and the particular pleasure of that setting. The resulting maple sugar and syrup are valuable products, but the process itself becomes a social event when multiple families work together. Autumn brings apple pressing for cider, the butchering of livestock, and the preparation for winter. All of this involves hard work that becomes social and therefore entertaining through communal participation. The lack of commercial entertainment infrastructure means that 1780 Americans create their own amusements, turning necessary work into social occasions, making music with whatever instruments they can fashion, dancing until dawn when the opportunity arrives, telling stories by firelight, and visiting neighbors to break the isolation. The entertainment is participatory rather than passive, communal rather than individual, created rather than consumed. It is harder work than what modern life provides. You cannot simply turn on a screen and drift away. But it builds social connections and creates shared experiences that passive consumption cannot replicate. When you have danced with someone all night, helped raise their barn, competed against them in a shooting match, heard their stories and shared yours, gotten drunk with them at the tavern, celebrated their wedding and mourned at their parents' funeral. You are connected in ways that matter for daily survival and long-term community stability. The entertainment serves practical purposes beyond mere enjoyment, though the enjoyment itself is genuine and necessary for maintaining morale through difficult times. As another day ends in 1780 America, some people are gathering for the evening. Perhaps a corn-husking bee with romantic possibilities, perhaps an informal dance in someone's barn, perhaps just visiting neighbors for conversation and shared food. Others are already collapsing into bed, too tired for anything social. Still others are at the tavern, drinking and arguing about politics while telling themselves they'll head home soon, though everyone present knows they will stay until they've spent their drinking money or been asked to leave, whichever comes first. The underlying pattern, beneath all the variation, is clear. People in 1780 are remarkably good at creating joy and connection and entertainment, despite the hardship that defines so much of their daily lives, or perhaps because of it. They will wake tomorrow to face the same struggles. But tonight, for a few hours, there is music and dancing and laughter and the simple pleasure of being together. Which might be the most important entertainment of all. But when the dancing ends and you walk home through the dark, and the music fades behind you, something else settles back in. A quiet, a limitation. Because for all the warmth of community life, the world beyond your immediate horizon is largely invisible. You know exactly who is feuding with whom in your village. You know which family is struggling, who is courting whom, every detail of every local drama. But when it comes to anything beyond that, you are living in what can only be described as an information desert, punctuated by occasional oases of outdated news. This is communication in 1780 America, where everything moves at the speed of the fastest horse. Letters take weeks or months to arrive if they arrive at all, and newspapers print news from Europe that was written 6 months before anyone here read it. Your understanding of what is happening in the next state over is based largely on rumor, speculation, and the creative embellishments of the last several people who retold the story before it reached you. Let's begin with the postal system, which exists in theory but functions erratically in practice. The idea of a national postal service organized by Congress sounds reasonable enough. The reality is that Congress barely has funding for anything, and mail delivery sits low on the priority list for a government that cannot reliably pay its own army. The postal network that does exist is a patchwork of official routes, private carriers, and sheer luck. Major cities have post offices where you can theoretically send and receive letters. Smaller towns might have a tavern keeper who serves as informal postmaster, accepting letters from people and holding incoming mail until the recipients show up to claim it. Rural areas have nothing organized at all, and residents rely entirely on whatever informal arrangements they can negotiate. The cost of sending a letter is calculated by distance and by the number of sheets, and it is expensive enough that people think carefully before mailing anything. A letter traveling 100 miles might cost a day's wages, making casual correspondence a luxury that most families simply cannot afford. The system is also pay on delivery, meaning the recipient pays the postage, not the sender. This creates its own social dynamics. You must decide whether the letter you are receiving is worth the cost of accepting it. Sometimes people refuse letters because they cannot afford the postage. Sometimes they refuse because they are angry at the sender, and the rejection of a letter becomes a form of communication itself. The physical delivery of mail is an adventure of its own kind. The mail carrier, often a lone rider on horseback, travels established routes on a schedule that is more aspiration than reality. Weather delays them. River crossings become impassable. Horses go lame. The carrier gets sick or decides the job is not worth the danger and simply does not appear. Mail gets lost when riders are robbed, when packages fall from horses during river crossings. when letters are accidentally destroyed or deliberately discarded. A letter sent from Boston to Charleston might arrive in 3 weeks if everything goes well. In 3 months if the ordinary complications occur. Never if luck runs particularly bad, and you will have no way of knowing which outcome to expect. Think about what it means to send a letter knowing it might simply not arrive. To write something down, seal it, hand it to a stranger, and then wait in silence for a response that may never come. There is patience built into that relationship with information that is very difficult to imagine from this side of history. The privacy of correspondence in 1780 is largely theoretical. The mail carrier knows who is corresponding with whom. The postmaster might read your letters, because sealing wax is expensive, and many people simply fold and address letters without fully securing them. Others waiting at the post office might see the names on letters waiting to be claimed. Sensitive information is often communicated in code or careful circumlocution, making letters harder to understand, but only marginally more secure. Because official postal service is both expensive and unreliable, informal systems develop around it. When you hear that someone is traveling to Virginia next week, you write a letter and ask them to carry it. They agree, because refusing would be socially awkward, and your letter travels by this casual courier. This works surprisingly often, though there is no guarantee. The carrier might forget they have your letter, or lose it, or decide the delivery is too much trouble and quietly discard it. Your letter might arrive. It might not. You will not know until enough time passes that you stop expecting a reply. Newspapers exist, but calling them newspapers requires some generosity. They are more accurately described as occasional publications that print whatever news has accumulated since the last issue, which might mean weekly in cities with sufficient subscribers, or monthly in smaller towns, or irregularly when the printer feels like it. The news they contain is a mixture of local advertisements, content reprinted from other newspapers, stories from European publications that are 6 months old by the time they reach American readers, and occasional original reporting about local events that everyone already knows about because they live here. The front page of a typical 1780 newspaper is dominated by advertisements, because advertisements are what pay for printing. Merchants advertising goods for sale, notices about runaway servants, or enslaved people with rewards offered for their return, legal notices about land sales or estate settlements, announcements of ship arrivals and departures. The actual news is buried inside, competing for space with continued advertisements and whatever else the printer chose to include. International news arrives on ships, having been printed in European newspapers weeks or months before. The American printer reprints these stories, often abbreviated, and presents them as current news, even though the events described may have been completely overtaken by subsequent developments. You might read about tensions between European powers that have already escalated into war, or peace negotiations that have already succeeded or failed, or political crises that have already resolved. The time lag makes international news almost useless for understanding what is actually happening, but people read it anyway, because it is the only window into the wider world that most of them have. National news, stories about what Congress is doing, events in other states, major developments in American politics, arrives faster than news from Europe but still with significant delay. Something happening in Philadelphia this week might be news in Boston the following week, and might reach Charleston the week after that, assuming the newspapers carrying those stories successfully circulate through those regions. The result is that Americans across the country are living in slightly different information realities depending on where they are. Bostonians know things Charlestonians do not know yet, and vice versa, creating gaps in shared national understanding that are difficult to bridge. Local news in newspapers is often redundant because everyone in town already knows it from gossip and direct observation. The paper reports that the Smith family's barn burned down last week. This is interesting to read, but it is not new information to anyone who saw the smoke, helped fight the fire, or heard about it from a neighbor. The value of these local reports lies partly in creating an official record, and partly in circulating the news to outlying areas that may not have heard it through oral networks. The newspaper formalizes and preserves information that lives primarily in spoken culture. Editorial content in newspapers reflects the publisher's political views without much pretense of objectivity. Publishers are often active partisans who use their papers to promote political positions and attack opponents. The writing can be vicious, with political enemies described in terms that would be legally actionable today, but are considered vigorous political discourse in 1780. Reading a newspaper requires understanding the publisher's biases and adjusting accordingly. There is no neutral source of news. Every publication has an angle. Readers are expected to evaluate claims critically rather than accepting them as verified facts. The actual production of newspapers is labor-intensive and technically limited. The printer sets each letter individually in the type form, a painstaking process that restricts how much content can be included in any issue. Printing errors are common. Missing letters, inverted text, ink blobs, misalignments. Paper quality varies depending on what the printer could obtain. The whole production might be managed by a printer, and one or two assistants working long hours to produce an issue that might reach a few hundred subscribers if they are fortunate. Literacy rates limit newspaper circulation further. Only about 60% of white men can read, and rates are lower for women and free black people. A newspaper subscription serves a household or a tavern, with the paper being read aloud to groups of people who cannot read themselves or who do not have their own subscriptions. This communal reading creates shared interpretation as people discuss and debate the meaning of what has been read. The newspaper becomes a conversation starter, more than a definitive information source. The circulation of newspapers beyond immediate subscribers happens through informal sharing. Someone who subscribes passes the paper to a friend after reading it. That friend passes it to a neighbor. The newspaper gradually moves through a community, accumulating coffee stains and torn edges until dozens of people have read it from a single subscription. Taverns and inns keep newspapers for customers, with papers from multiple cities offering perspectives from different regions. A well-traveled newspaper might pass through the hands of 50 people over several weeks. Impressive reach, but terrible for timely information. Political pamphlets and broadsides serve as alternative information sources, often distributed for free or very cheaply to maximize circulation. Political movements, religious groups, and individuals with grievances publish their arguments in pamphlet form, relying on literate supporters to read and spread the content. Thomas Paine's Common Sense is the famous example from a few years prior, a pamphlet that circulated widely and shaped political opinion. In 1780, similar pamphlets are being published about current issues, though few will have Common Sense's historical reach. Oral communication is the primary information network for most people most of the time. News arrives through travelers passing through neighbors who have been to town, through the minister who has contacts in other communities, through the merchant who trades across a wider region and collects information alongside goods. This oral network is fast compared to written communication. A traveler can spread news verbally to everyone they encounter, creating a wave of information that moves with them. But it is also unreliable, because oral transmission introduces errors, exaggerations, and creative additions with each retelling. The evolution of a story through oral retelling is both predictable and quietly entertaining to trace. A traveler reports seeing unusual lights in the sky, which is probably an aurora borealis or a meteor. By the time that story has passed through 5 people, it has become a fleet of mysterious flying ships and evidence of supernatural activity. A political dispute in Congress gets reported, then embellished with dramatic details about threats and physical confrontations that may or may not have occurred. A crime in another town grows more sensational with each telling, until the original facts are barely recognizable beneath layers of added drama. Town criers exist in some cities, officially employed to walk the streets making announcements about important news, regulations, sales, and events. The crier rings a bell or makes some noise to gather attention, then shouts the announcement for anyone within hearing. It is immediate and accessible to people who cannot read, though limited in range and detail. The crier cannot provide nuanced explanation, only basic announcements that people can follow up on if they want to know more. It is public address technology from the medieval period, still functioning in 1780, because nothing better has yet arrived for reaching urban populations quickly. Church serves as an information hub as well, with announcements made before or after services about community events, governmental decisions, and important news. The minister might read letters received from other communities, share news gathered through clerical networks, or simply pass along what they have heard from travelers and correspondents. For communities without newspapers and without regular postal service, the Sunday sermon and its surrounding announcements may be the primary structured moment of shared information in the entire week. There is a particular kind of tiredness that has nothing to do with the body. It lives deeper than muscle and bone. It is the tiredness of not knowing, of waking each morning into a world that has not settled yet, that may not settle in your lifetime. That is where we find ourselves tonight, in 1780 America, in the hour before the candle goes out. The flame is already burning low. You can see it from where you lie, guttering slightly, casting unsteady shadows across the rough walls. In another hour it will go out entirely, and that will be that. Not the convenient darkness of a switched lamp. Something older than that. Something absolute. The kind of darkness that reminds you, quietly and without cruelty, why humans have always been a little afraid of the night. But you are used to it. You have always been used to it. Darkness is simply what happens when the sun goes down and the candles run out, and you have made your peace with that, the way you have made your peace with most things in this difficult century. Let us stay here a little longer, in this room, before the flame goes. The world beyond your walls is one where information travels at the speed of a horse, or slower, where the news you received today may be 3 weeks old, and the letter from your cousin took 6 weeks to arrive and already describes a world that has surely changed. You are always, in some sense, living in the past. Everyone is. Sunday services are where much of it moves. The church is not only a place of worship in 1780, it is a clearinghouse. Ministers exchange letters with other ministers across the region, and these letters carry not only theological discussion, but news of congregations, communities, developments both local and distant. The minister, literate and institutionally connected, becomes a kind of educated intermediary between the written world and the spoken one. He may share relevant information during sermons. He may pass it along in private conversation. His access to written sources gives him knowledge that ordinary citizens simply cannot reach on their own. The churchyard before and after service becomes its own informal exchange. People share what they have heard. They ask questions about current events. They compare accounts. It is, in its own unhurried way, one of the more efficient mechanisms available for getting information to everyone who needs it. Then there are the taverns. You are standing just inside the door. The fire is going. The room smells of wood smoke and spilled ale and damp wool, and the voices are loud tonight. Someone near the back is making a point about Congress with considerable feeling, and the man across from him does not look convinced. Taverns are, without question, male-dominated spaces. They are where news circulates through conversation, through argument, and occasionally through more physical disagreement when things grow heated. The tavern keeper hears everything and shares selectively, which makes him a kind of central node in the information network of any town. Travelers staying the night bring news from wherever they came from. Locals contribute what they know about regional happenings. Political discussions range freely from local governance to international affairs, the accuracy of the information varying considerably, but the enthusiasm for debate remaining, as it always does, quite constant. The merchant is another essential link. He travels between communities to trade, and in doing so spreads news as a kind of secondary cargo. He hears price information, political developments, social news, gossip, in every town he passes through, and then shares selectively in the next. This creates a regional information network that follows trade routes, which is perhaps the most reliable network of all. Merchants depend on accurate knowledge for business success, so their reports tend toward reliability, though they are not above embellishing when it suits them. There is something worth sitting with there. The most reliable news in 1780 is reliable not because anyone designed it to be, but because the people carrying it have a financial reason to be accurate. Truth, in this world, travels on the coattails of commerce. Family letters form their own quiet network. A daughter who married and moved to another state writes to her parents about her new community, and in doing so incidentally describes economic conditions, political attitudes, social developments. These are informal reports from ordinary people with no particular political agenda, and they may actually be more accurate than official news sources carrying obvious partisan weight. They are also, of course, deeply personal. The grief in them, the joy. A child born that the grandparents will not hear about for months, missing the immediate joy, unable to offer timely support. A death that relatives far away will not learn of until the funeral is long past and the estate already being settled, arriving to their grief alone, while everyone else has had months to process theirs. The delays create a kind of emotional dislocation, people experiencing different timelines of the same events. Speed varies enormously by geography. When something significant happens in Congress, Philadelphians know almost immediately. New Yorkers know within days, Bostonians within a week or two. People in western Pennsylvania might not hear for a month. Georgia might take 2 months to receive news from Philadelphia. And by the time the last communities learn what happened, the situation has often changed significantly. Responding to national events is deeply difficult when different regions are operating with different information on different timelines. Military information during the ongoing war is especially unreliable, and often deliberately so. Both sides exaggerate victories and minimize defeats in their official reports. Casualty numbers cannot be trusted because accurate accounting is genuinely difficult, and both sides have every reason to misrepresent losses. Families waiting for news about relatives in service face agonizing uncertainty. Months pass between letters. There is no reliable way to confirm whether a loved one is alive or dead. Rumors fill the gaps. When official news is sparse, delayed, and often inaccurate anyway, people fill the silence with speculation that hardens through repetition into something resembling fact. Rumors about native attacks on the frontier spread quickly and grow more terrifying with each telling. Political rumors about secret plots and conspiracies circulate freely because verification is close to impossible. Commercial rumors about which merchants are failing financially create self-fulfilling prophecies, as creditors panic and demand immediate payment. The distinction between fact and rumor is often genuinely unclear. How do you verify a story when the original source is weeks of travel away and you have no independent means of confirmation? Most people develop heuristics. They trust certain sources more than others. They weight information based on who is reporting it. They compare multiple accounts when available and look for consistency. But ultimately, you are always operating on incomplete evidence, making judgments in partial darkness. Local gossip is, strangely, the most reliable information available because it is verifiable. You hear that the widow Thompson is courting the blacksmith, and you can watch their interactions yourself. You hear that the merchant's prices have increased, and you can check next time you visit his store. Local gossip may be malicious, it may be unkind, but it tends to be factually accurate about public behavior because too many people can contradict false claims. The social consequences of gossip create pressure toward accuracy at close range. If you spread false information about your neighbor, they will contradict you, and you will lose credibility. If you spread exaggerated stories about events in Europe or another state, who exactly is going to contradict you? The social cost of inaccuracy applies mainly to the local. At distance, misinformation circulates freely and without consequence. Seasonal patterns shape information flow in ways that are easy to forget. Winter slows everything. Travel is harder. Roads become impassable with mud or snow. Rivers freeze or flood. A letter that would take 2 weeks in summer might take 2 months in winter. Summer and autumn bring increased travel, increased movement of merchants and migrants, increased circulation of news. Spring planting and fall harvest create their own lulls, because people are simply too occupied with the land to travel or socialize. Frontier communities exist in their own particular silence. A family living a day's ride from the nearest town might go months without news from the wider world. They know what is happening on their farm and with immediate neighbors. Regional or national developments are, to them, mysteries. When they do receive news, it is so outdated that it is essentially historical rather than current. They are living in a permanent information lag, making decisions based on old information or no information at all. Urban life is different in kind, not just degree. A Philadelphia resident might read 3 different newspapers each week, hear news from travelers daily, participate in political discussions grounded in reasonably current information. A farmer in Western Virginia might hear news monthly, when someone visits from town, relying primarily on rumor and speculation for his understanding of the wider world. The difference is enormous, and it shapes everything. Commercial information creates its own asymmetries. A merchant might know that wheat prices have spiked in Philadelphia because of a crop failure, allowing him to raise local prices before his customers have any idea why. This informational advantage creates profitable opportunities for those who have better access and quiet disadvantages for everyone else. Scientific and medical information moves even more slowly than news, filtered through universities and medical societies and correspondence networks among educated elites. A medical breakthrough in Europe might take years to reach American practitioners, and longer still to reach ordinary people. Agricultural innovations, technological developments, scientific discoveries. All of these move through society at glacial pace, limiting progress and creating wide gaps between what is known at the leading edge and what is practiced in common life. Newspapers occasionally publish letters to the editor, allowing readers to respond to previous content or introduce new topics. These exchanges unfold across weeks and months, a slow-motion public conversation where each participant waits to see if their contribution appeared and how others responded. It is public discourse at the speed of horse and print shop. Partisan newspapers have already begun to create something recognizable as an echo chamber. A reader of a Federalist paper reads Federalist perspectives on events, encountering anti-Federalist positions mainly as objects of mockery. Anti-Federalist publications reverse the arrangement. This ideological sorting through publication choice creates information bubbles that seem, when you look at them honestly, remarkably modern, just operating at 18th century speed. Almanacs reach people who never see a newspaper. Besides their calendars, astronomical information, and agricultural advice, they carry historical events, political commentary, general knowledge. Published annually and distributed widely, they create a baseline of shared information even in the most isolated communities. The illiterate are not excluded from information networks, but they participate differently. They cannot read newspapers or letters themselves, but they can listen when others read aloud. In oral networks, they participate on equal terms with the literate and may even have certain advantages. stronger memory, sharper communication skills, developed from a lifetime of listening rather than reading. Children learn about the wider world almost entirely through oral transmission from adults, and whatever reading materials happen to be available. Their understanding is shaped by family and community perspective. A child growing up in a loyalist household hears very different accounts of current events than a child in a patriot family, even if they live in the same town. These early information environments shape lifelong political and social attitudes in ways the children themselves will never fully see. The loneliness of information isolation is real for people far from population centers. Weeks without speaking to anyone outside your household. Months without news from beyond your immediate area. Years without contact with distant friends or family. Writing letters is expensive and uncertain. Books are scarce. The mental world shrinks gradually to what you can directly observe and the memories you carry. And as evening comes and you settle in after the day's activities, you might read a newspaper if you have one and can still afford candle light for it. You might listen to a family member read aloud from a letter that arrived weeks ago from a relative far away. You might rehash the gossip heard today, adding your own interpretations, passing it along to be retold tomorrow with further embellishments. You are participating in multiple information networks simultaneously. The immediate oral network of your community, the slower written network of letters and newspapers, the informal network of travelers and merchants bringing news from elsewhere. These networks provide incomplete, delayed, often inaccurate information. But they are all you have for understanding a world that extends far beyond what you can personally observe. Tomorrow you will wake slightly more informed about some things, and still completely ignorant about others. There is a particular exhaustion underneath all of this, and it is not the exhaustion of the body. Your back aches from bending over crops or a workbench. Your hands carry the texture of whatever tools you have been using all day. Your legs have walked distances that would, in other centuries, prompt someone to call for a car. Every part of you is reminding you that survival in 1780 is physical work, constant and demanding, with no real rest except sleep. But physical tiredness is just the surface layer. Beneath it is something harder to name, the fatigue of living in uncertainty, of navigating a world where nothing is stable or secure, where the future is genuinely unpredictable in ways that go beyond normal human inability to know what is coming. You live in a nation that is 4 years old and might not make it to 5. You are using money that is effectively worthless and participating in an economy that runs on trust and barter because actual currency has failed. The phrase "not worth a Continental" has already entered common speech as shorthand for worthless, and that phrase was born from the decision by Congress to print money without backing, creating inflation so severe that veterans have been selling their pay certificates for pennies just to eat now, rather than wait for a government that may never make good on its promises. The wealthy are speculating their way to greater wealth in the chaos. Everyone else is doing arithmetic with eggs and nails. You spent part of today in exactly that arithmetic. A 4-way negotiation over eggs and nails that took an hour and left everyone only moderately satisfied. The barter economy works, but it is exhausting, requiring constant calculation and constant social navigation. The political conversation at breakfast this morning feels like it happened weeks ago, but the anxiety it revealed is still with you. Nobody knows if this American experiment will hold. The Articles of Confederation are barely functional. Congress cannot collect taxes, cannot enforce laws, cannot do much of anything except write polite letters asking states to cooperate, which they mostly do not. The state governments are functioning better, but they are all moving in different directions, creating 13 different versions of what America might become. Some people believe this diversity is a feature of the system. Others believe it is chaos that will end in either collapse back to British control or fragmentation into multiple separate nations. You heard someone at the tavern tonight speculate that within 10 years there will be 3 or 4 different countries where America now stands. A northern confederation, a southern one, Western territories going their own way. It seemed plausible when he said it, also depressing. Because the entire point of the revolution was to create one nation rather than continue as separate colonies. And yet here are the states competing for resources, arguing over borders, maintaining different currency systems, behaving far more like rivals than partners. Outside your window, the night sounds are ordinary. Crickets, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, the sounds that should be peaceful. But beyond the edge of settlement, the frontier is anything but settled. Relations with native tribes are deteriorating as settlers push further into territories that were supposed to be protected by treaties that no one is honoring. Frontier families live with constant tension, never entirely secure, always aware that violence could come from either direction across a cultural divide that grows wider every season. And the tribes themselves are watching their world shrink, their lands taken, their way of life threatened by a wave of settlers that keeps coming regardless of agreements or boundaries. The moral contradictions are heavy tonight. This is a country that fought a revolution declaring all men are created equal while building its economy substantially on enslaved labor, while denying women and free Black people basic rights. You attended church on Sunday and heard about Christian brotherhood and moral obligations, and you live in a society where families are separated on auction blocks and children are born into bondage. The cognitive dissonance is real if you sit with it, which most people do not, because confronting it honestly would require changing everything, and people have their own survival to attend to. Some do think about it. The Quakers are organizing anti-slavery efforts. Some individual slaveholders free their enslaved people out of conscience. Northern states are beginning gradual emancipation. But the pace is glacial and the opposition fierce, because slavery is woven into the economic and social structure so thoroughly that untangling it seems, to most people living now, simply impossible. So the contradiction persists. Freedom and slavery existing side by side. Revolutionary rhetoric and brutal reality occupying the same nation, sometimes the same household, creating a moral tension that will eventually tear the country apart, though tonight it sits as a background discomfort that people carry without naming. The medical situation is its own quiet dread. Someone in the community is sick with fever. Nobody knows yet if it is minor or the beginning of something worse. The doctor was called and he bled the patient, which probably did not help and may have made things worse, but the alternatives are prayer and folk remedies, and hope that the person's constitution proves strong enough. Every illness is a gamble in 1780. The treatments are often counterproductive. The outcomes are not in anyone's hands, in any meaningful way. The children's education you witnessed this week was both impressive and inadequate. Impressive because some children are learning at all, with so few resources. Inadequate because most children receive only fragmentary schooling, interrupted constantly by labor demands. The revolutionary ideal of an educated citizenry is beautiful in theory. In practice, families need children working rather than studying, and the class divide is stark. Wealthy children receive classical education from tutors. Poor children learn to read from the Bible, if they learn at all. The promise of equal opportunity runs directly into the reality of unequal resources. The entertainment tonight was genuine. Music and dancing and community gathering, real joy carved from hardship. The barn raising last month, the quilting bee, the corn husking party, these events that transform necessary work into social occasions, they reveal something about what people are actually like when circumstances press them. Remarkably resilient. Capable of pleasure and connection despite, or perhaps because of, difficult circumstances. The music was not professionally performed. It was enthusiastically created and participated in, which may actually be better than passive consumption of something polished. There is something in that worth noticing quietly. All of it together. The political uncertainty, the economic chaos, the social tensions, the moral contradictions, the medical roulette, the educational inequality, the endless information delays, creates something that is more than physical tiredness. It is the exhaustion of living in a time when nothing is settled and everything is in flux. When the country's future is genuinely uncertain and your own future is tied to that larger uncertainty. Will America survive? Will the economy find its footing? Will the children have better lives, or will this whole experiment collapse and leave them worse off than before? The candle flickers. You pull the blankets tighter against the cold. The room is getting darker as the flame weakens, shadows deepening in the corners. You do not know that 7 years from now, a constitutional convention will create a new framework that strengthens the federal government and provides stability. You do not know that the Constitution will be ratified and implemented, that the financial system will be reformed, that the economy will eventually stabilize. You do not know that America will survive this critical period and go on to become powerful and influential. Historians will later call these years the critical period, the years between the Revolution's end and the Constitutional Convention, and they will debate whether the danger of collapse was as real as it seemed to people living through it. But you do not know you are in a critical period. You just know that things are uncertain and difficult, and nobody seems to have answers that work. The founding fathers, who will later be treated as wise demigods, are, in your experience, just men arguing about Congress's incompetence and state sovereignty, and whether strong central government is a necessary evil or simply evil. The revolution that will be portrayed as inevitable triumph felt uncertain and costly while it was happening. The young nation that will be celebrated in patriotic narratives is, right now, a tangle of competing interests, failed currency, unpaid veterans, and political dysfunction held together by the thinnest threads of cooperation. In the morning, you will wake to the same uncertainties, the same work that never quite ends, the same questions without answers. But there is something else, too, underneath the anxiety, a kind of possibility that lives in unsettledness. The future is not yet written, which is frightening, but it also means that what comes next is not inevitable. The conversations happening at breakfast tables and taverns and town meetings, the slow circulation of ideas through communities, the letters exchanged between ministers and merchants and family members separated by distance, all of this is shaping what America will become. You are living through it without knowing that you are. The window shows complete darkness now. No moon visible tonight, just the absolute black of a cloudy night without artificial light. Somewhere out there, other people in other houses are preparing for sleep. The wealthy merchant in the city, worrying about investments and trading relationships. The frontier family checking that doors are barred. The enslaved family in the quarters hoping tomorrow will be no worse than today. The widow alone, managing a farm she never expected to run. The veteran with missing limbs trying to understand how to survive with no pension and worthless pay certificates. The minister, somewhere in a cold room, contemplating the distance between religious ideals and the world outside his window. All of them tired, all of them uncertain, all of them settling into the darkness of a night in 1780, not knowing how the story ends, only knowing that tomorrow comes regardless. The candle goes out now. The darkness is complete. Sleep well. The day is ending now, and all across this young nation, people are finding their way towards sleep. Some will sleep well tonight, their circumstances comfortable enough, their bodies tired enough, their minds quiet enough to allow real rest. Others will sleep poorly, kept awake by pain, or worry, or the cold that has settled deep into the walls of their houses, or the sound of hungry children who cannot be soothed. And some will not sleep at all. Working night shifts in the few early factories beginning to emerge along the rivers, or keeping watch on the frontier where the darkness is not friendly, or sitting beside sick family members through the long hours, or simply lying still with eyes open, turning over debts they cannot pay. The nation sleeps fitfully too, if nations can be said to sleep. The political system in 1780 is barely functioning. The economy is in disarray. Social tensions move quietly beneath the surface of ordinary life, the way a river moves beneath ice. The frontier is contested and violent. The moral contradictions at the heart of this new republic are not sustainable, not in the long run, though no one has yet found the courage or the mechanism to resolve them. But for tonight, no immediate crisis is demanding attention. The slow work of building something new from the wreckage of colonial rule continues, one day at a time, one difficult decision at a time, one small act of cooperation or conflict at a time. Your breathing is slowing now. Sleep is finally approaching, despite the discomfort, despite the cold, despite the anxiety that has been your quiet companion all through the day. The candle flame makes one final attempt at brightness, then gutters and goes out. You are left in complete darkness, not dimness, not shadow. Darkness as the actual absence of light, a thing that has weight and presence. Your eyes do not adjust because there is nothing to adjust to. This is what night looked like in 1780, before gas lamps and electric lights, before the city glow that would one day make true darkness almost impossible to find. Here in this house, on this night, the dark is total. You are alone with your thoughts, and the sounds of the night, and the slow approach of sleep. The crickets are still going. That sound has been there all evening, a constant backdrop that is both soothing and faintly melancholic in the way that only natural repetition can be. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls. It is hunting in this darkness, which does not impede it the way it would impede you. The house creaks and settles as the temperature drops, wood contracting against the cold. These are the sounds of night in 1780, sounds unchanged for thousands of years, sounds that will soon be joined by new ones as industrialization and urbanization begin to transform the acoustic world. But not yet. For now, it is still mostly natural sound. Animals, wind, water. The basic elements of a world not yet dominated by machinery. There is something peaceful about that, even if the peace is hard-won. Your mind is drifting now. The day's concerns are fading, retreating from the foreground into something softer and less insistent. The political arguments at breakfast, the trading negotiations, the news arrived from distant places, the community gatherings, all of it receding into memory as consciousness loosens its grip. You are aware, dimly, that you are falling asleep in a moment of history, though you don't think of it that way. To you, this is just another night, another day ending. Another tomorrow, approaching with its unknown challenges. And yet there is something in the air, isn't there? A sense that this period of uncertainty won't last forever. That something will shift and settle and create new patterns. You don't know what the something will be. Constitutional reform, perhaps. Economic collapse. Foreign intervention. Internal rebellion. Gradual evolution. Some combination of forces that nobody standing inside this moment could possibly predict. But the current situation feels unsustainable, like a balance that cannot hold indefinitely. Change is coming. Its form and direction remain mysterious, but its approach feels certain, the way a change in weather feels certain before the clouds have fully gathered. The exhaustion is winning now, over the anxiety. Your body's need for rest is overriding your mind's tendency to worry. The aches from today's labor are fading into general tiredness, losing their sharp edges. The cold is still there, but you have stopped noticing it as acutely, accepting it as the ordinary condition of winter nights, the way you accept the dark. Your breathing deepens, becomes more regular. Sleep is finally taking hold. In your last conscious thoughts, there is something that might be called acceptance. Tomorrow will come whether you are ready for it or not. The nation's problems will not be solved overnight. Your personal challenges will still be waiting in the morning, patient as furniture. But you have survived today. You have done your work, participated in your community, navigated the economic and social complexities of 1780 America, and made it to nightfall. That is an achievement, modest perhaps, but real. And it is enough for now. The young nation settles into its own kind of rest around you. In Philadelphia, the few politicians still trying to make the Continental Congress functional are also preparing for sleep, frustrated by the day's lack of progress, grimly determined to try again tomorrow. In frontier settlements, families are banking their fires and checking their defenses one more time before closing their eyes. In the port cities, merchants are calculating profits and losses while ships rock gently at anchor in dark harbors, rigging tapping in the night wind. On plantations across the southern states, enslaved people are seeking what rest they can in quarters that offer shelter but no comfort, their day of forced labor ending, but not creating the same kind of tired satisfaction that freely chosen work can bring. That distinction is worth sitting with for a moment. The difference between exhaustion that comes from work that is yours and exhaustion that comes from work done under compulsion. The body may feel the same tiredness, but the heart rests differently or does not rest at all. The diversity of American experiences in 1780 is something that tends to get smoothed over in later tellings. The nation contains multitudes, people living vastly different lives under the same nominal government, sharing citizenship in theory, but experiencing reality very differently based on their race, their gender, their class, their location, and the particular circumstances of their individual lives. This is not a nation that has yet resolved what it is or who it includes. It is still arguing about that, slowly and painfully, and without always using words. But tonight, at least, almost everyone sleeps, or tries to, because even in uncertain times, the basic human needs persist. Food, shelter, rest. These requirements do not change regardless of political systems or economic conditions. They were true before the Revolution, and they will be true long after its consequences have worked themselves out across generations. Your consciousness is fading now. Thoughts are becoming disconnected and dreamlike. The crickets and the darkness and the cold all blend together into a kind of sensory static, a soft, formless thing that accompanies the descent into sleep. The last coherent thought you have is simple. Tomorrow, whatever it brings, you will deal with it when it comes. For now, rest is possible and necessary and finally arriving after a long day in a complicated time. The historical significance of this moment will not be clear for decades or centuries. Future Americans will look back at 1780 as part of the founding era, a crucial period in the nation's development, a time when the outcome was not certain, and the decisions being made were quietly shaping everything that would follow. They will study it in schools and debate its meaning and mythologize its participants, and probably miss a great deal of the messy reality in favor of cleaner, simpler narratives. But you will not be around for that retrospective. You are just living it, one day at a time, doing your best with limited information and uncertain prospects. The candle is out. The house is dark and quiet, broken only by natural sounds and the occasional creak of the wood settling. You are asleep, or nearly so. And around you, a young nation also rests, gathering strength for whatever comes next. Its future unwritten, its present challenging, but its basic vitality undeniable. Things are hard, yes. People persist regardless. Problems are real, certainly. But so is human resilience and creativity and the stubborn refusal to stop trying even when circumstances suggest that giving up might be easier. Sleep comes gently in the end, wrapping around you like the blankets pulled close against the cold. The day is over. Tomorrow is coming, but not yet here. For these few hours, you can let it all go. The day's work, the era's anxieties, the nation's unresolved questions. They will all still be there in the morning. They do not need you right now. And in the morning, when the rooster crows and the sun rises reluctantly on a cold winter day, you will wake to face another day in 1780 America. Uncertain, challenging, full of contradictions and difficulties, but also full of possibility and human connection, and the ongoing work of building something new from materials that are imperfect and people who are trying. The candle will be relit. The day will begin. Life will continue in this young nation that is still working out what it wants to become. But that is for the morning. For now, good night, rest well. The world will still be complicated when you wake, and you will need your strength for whatever it brings. You have earned this rest, a full day lived in a full and difficult time. Let sleep come. Let the crickets sing. Let the darkness be complete. Tomorrow is another day, and a nation still finding itself. And you will be there for it, when the time comes. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.